welcome to the Battle of Wanderstar. I am there with Gentle Cat and we are ready to cast the tournament. Hello Gentle Cat, how are you feeling about that?
Hello. I am very excited for this tournament, and it's going to be great fun to host this together with you.
Yeah, I hope we'll see a lot of fun decks, a lot of different things, and we're just about to start the brackets. We're gonna generate them, and we have 25 players, which is pretty good for a first tournament. What do you think? What were the other numbers we had before? I don't remember exactly, but way less than that. For sure.
Yeah, we how many did we have? Like 6, 8 at most, maybe. So this is really fun to see this many people.
Yeah, I'm really happy. So we're just starting the brackets right now. I'm gonna set everybody to start. And yeah, we'll go a bit over some deck list and we'll choose a match to cast. Who
Yeah.
would you like to see? Like, who are your favorites?
I have been looking a bit at Risky's deck lists, which look kind of interesting. He's playing a kind of mid-rangey Pelmo deck, which is pretty standard, but then he's also playing the Kyung-mi deck with a lot of cards you don't expect to see in a high-tier deck. But this is a player who ranked high on the leaderboard very quickly when he first joined Collective. So I think he knows what he's doing, and I think his deck will be good, although it looks interesting from the list here.
Yeah, it's true that we have not seen a lot of Kyung-mi. She's been considered pretty weak since release, and people have been experimenting a bit with her with like some wacky infinite combos that got nerfed really fast, but they're not there anymore. Still look like it's based on the Whim of Fate kind of shenanigans, so really interesting, yeah.
Yeah, so I guess that what he hopes to do is play the Binding Magician and then Whims of Fate to put both players with no cards in hand and try to leverage some kind of advantage from there.
There's a good thing to note as well is like rebound cards, if you do this combo, will come back to your hand because you discard them from your hand, I believe.
Right.
So, for example, Mash and Promotion to get a Pride out might be his plan, something like that. I'm not exactly sure, but that could work.
Yeah, and the Fall Flat Frog will also return to the hand, and when the Swine Prince goes to the graveyard, he will scour, and that doesn't matter if it goes from hand or if it goes from the deck. So,
yep. Yeah, that's very interesting. Didn't see a list like this at all yet. So
exactly. So that's why I'm very interested to see how he will pilot this deck, and if it can actually net him some victories.
Well, we might as well try to get to see him as soon as possible. Let me check who is supposed to be his opponent in the first round. So he's supposed to face ND12. So let's take a look at ND12's list as well.
Yeah, this is a player I'm not familiar with. I have not seen his name before.
Yeah, I've not met him either, but you know, he has an aggressive Ashgardi that cannot go too wrong.
Yeah.
And that sounds pretty solid too. It doesn't play in his dat Schlop, which is a great name, by the way. Thank you very much for making me say that. I don't remember who made the card, but thank you.
Yeah, I'm also not seeing the Wild Mother in his D-Hat deck, so...
True. Yeah, I'm not quite convinced by this dat deck, but it looks like he might be a bit more new and be more... No, maybe he doesn't have all the cards or didn't play much multiplayer. But
exactly, he might not have the amber to actually craft these cards. So yeah, that might be one aspect of it.
We will see. It's definitely interesting. Way more classic lists than Risky. Well, I guess it's not Kyung-mi.
Yeah, exactly. How many Kyung-mi do we actually have? Like, not that many, I think.
Yeah, I think we have 2 or 3. We have 3 Kyung-mi in the tournament. for 50 lists total. So
Exactly. So
that's not a lot. That's the least amount of any of the heroes. But that is to be expected. She's considered weaker than the others right now. So she's been showing, like, the decks she's been showing have been more focused around really comboing and not fighting as fairly on the board, for example, because she doesn't get rewards, so she really needs to leverage these bonuses she gets.
yeah, and people are always try to play these cards that generate more cards in hand when playing her, so that they can keep changing her outfits.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you have to have cards, and it's not necessarily easy.
Yeah, because
so.
the outfit change isn't always that valuable that it's worth a card. So she can easily get behind just from trying to use her ability.
Yep, that's a very good point. I really hope we're gonna get to see her duel, because that'd be super interesting.
Yeah, I would be thrilled if this KM deck actually turns out to be powerful, because then I can play it. I always wanted to find a good deck with that hero, because she's a lot of fun to play with all of the extra options that you get.
And she's getting buffed, so...
Exactly.
Since she's getting buffed, getting to see some lists that might work right now could be really interesting, because they're just gonna get stronger.
Yeah, so for you who don't know, the buff to Kyungmi, which is coming soon, I think, is that whenever you are using this passive that is changing her outfit for the price of banishing a card from your hand, you will also get one additional EXP.
Yep.
And
that's a huge
remember,
deal.
Exactly, because Kyungmi only needs 4 EXP to level up. And that will make her trigger the draft a lot more often, which in turn gives her more cards to discard.
Yeah, and she's gonna
passive.
And she's gonna get to a level 7 way faster, ultimate, which gives her all the bonuses, which is very scary when it happens. So
yeah, say that you change outfit like maybe 4 or 5 times during a game, and that's one additional free level up. So
yeah, it also makes all the cards that are already very powerful with her, like the level based card, even stronger. Careful planning, this kind of cards, just get, which could already get pretty ridiculous at high level with her. You just get there faster, so
exactly.
Better.
Yeah, so I really hope that she finds a spot in the meta after this update.
Yeah.
Because she has been a bit underwhelming so far.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, let me try to see if a match started. I see everybody offline. I think my friend list has a bit of problems. Okay, no. Okay, I think it bugged for a second because it was showing only 2 friends online, and then suddenly there is 20. Okay. So let's see if we can find CB and Riskycb and maybe look at his games.
Yep. Sounds like a plan.
Okay, my deck list is very buggy.
Your friends list, yeah, there's a lot of people on that friends list.
Might be because it's the first time there's so many people.
There, you scroll past him. Up a little.
I missed him? Oh yeah, okay, thank you. Alright, so let's swap to in-game. And we have a little problem. The capture is not working. No, it's working. Alright. It is working. Alright, so let's see. We're gonna join their game. And apparently we're not seeing. Okay, so the new update that should allow us to see both ends doesn't seem to be working properly, but that's fine.
So we were supposed to see both the hands?
I believe so, but I think Alec tried to make that very quickly to help us. Maybe a bit too quickly.
Okay.
Or maybe I don't really have the details. It doesn't really matter. We have this. It's fine. Yeah. So Risky on the Perlmo. Looking like he's on the controlling side, and then Andy more like with the snake, maybe more combo-y. What do you think?
Yeah, we are joining this game at turn 6 already. No, turn 5, I suppose. The Pelmo has gained some additional mana from something.
Yeah, actually wonder why. Oh, maybe a Munchie? No, I don't think
Now
so.
the Munchie was updated, so you can't gain mana only for yourself anymore.
True.
It will give mana to both players. So I'm actually not sure
So
where
let me
this...
check. No, I was wondering maybe if he got a crystallize from the draft, but it doesn't seem so. How did he gain this extra mana? Oh well, with this actually.
Oh,
It's in
right.
play.
So he...
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cute. I actually didn't think of that. So he gains a doubloon from the first turn, right? He doesn't
Yep,
play anything.
Exactly.
And then he uses that on the second turn to place 3-drop, which in turn sets his mana to 3. And it should be a drawback when you play it later in the game. But if you play it on turn 2, it will actually ramp you.
Exactly. The only cost for this as Perlmo is you lose 1 doublon, so 1 XP and 1 mana, but the mana you get back because you ramp. So you just lose 1 XP for getting basically the benefit of a doublon for the rest of the game, which is very strong.
Yeah.
And we can see what Risky is trying to do there with the weaponize on the untargetable.
Yeah. He's setting this up for an untargetable pride, I think.
Yeah, he doesn't have the pride yet, but untargetable pride is extremely scary and really hard to deal with. He might want to just do it on this Pulse Keeper as well. That makes a huge threat. That's really hard to remove.
But it already has ward, so he doesn't need to do it yet, and he can also play the weapon of ward he got from the Warriorist boy to protect it one more time if he would need.
True. Yeah, it seems like he's gonna just try to control the board a bit more with the wolf and
yeah, so who is winning this game?
Well,
right now,
right now I would say it's a Pearl. Like, as Ash, if you don't, she didn't put enough pressure at all to even scare me. She's even behind on board, which is usually not a good sign against a Pelmo.
Yeah, Ash really needs to be ahead and stay ahead.
Yeah. It's not necessarily always a problem, but because you can have enough bursts. Oh wait, I need to answer this guy real quick. I'm sorry. I'm also finishing the organize on the side, but yeah, you can still reach, like, you can have a huge amount of bursts with Ash, especially if the opponent is playing Pride, and you actually have ways to remove the Pride before it's untargetable.
Exactly. So he's probably not going to play this Pride until he is off initiative, and that way he will have the first chance to act on the turn after he played Pride. And that effectively makes it totally safe to play Pride and then make it untargetable.
Yeah, but it looks like Andy very scared of this Pulse Keeper, which is completely right. But by doing this Thought Bolt on the ward to just remove the ward, that might trigger Risky to just give it untargetable now.
Yeah, or
just
another
to give
ward.
It ward again. Yeah, of course.
Exactly, and this also grows its attack, so it fastens the clock as well.
Yeah, this fly is very scary. Andy has this Hydra, so that if it does, like, this could ping wards very easily. So it's
like,
not over, but it's very scary for him.
Do Andy 12 play any Judgment in his deck? Because that's probably the best card he could draw here. Doesn't look like it, right?
Yeah, I do not think so. He doesn't have any hard removal.
Yeah,
so
because what he would need it to play a Judgment and then ping his own Hydra once or twice with the remaining Luna Blasts. That maybe
could have been a way. Enough. But this is just gonna be too big. This Pulse Keeper is just gonna grow and grow, and Risky knows, players know the list of each other, so Risky knows that it's not going to remove a big threat in Andy's list. So you can just keep pumping it and pumping it.
And as you said, if it would ever be like threatened, he can just play untargetable on it.
Yeah, he doesn't even care. He just goes in. He's like,
Yeah.
finish. He's like, I'm finishing it this turn, and looks like he might be. Unfortunately for ND, I don't think there's anything in his deck that can deal with something that huge.
No, the only way they survive this turn is flying plus ambush. And I think we only have one card in the game capable of doing that. The Thick Cloud.
There would be also like a draft potentially, but doesn't seem like it. Like what could have worked as a draft to stop that? I don't think there's much. He would have needed to have a ping and then to draft a hard removal for it. But no, not even, because now it's untargetable. Yeah, there's really nothing. Risky is just gonna attack and yeah, not even block. Doesn't need to. And yeah, I think that's what the Pelmo deck of Risky trying to do. It's pretty scary. I faced it. Untargetable on big flyers is very scary. And good try by ND, but Risky win the first game. So it's 1-0. Let me update that real quick.
Yeah, it looked like it had some really strong mid-range capabilities. And then of course, if you ever come into late game, you play the untargetable Pride combo.
Yeah, we're gonna try to look at Andy's perspective to see a bit more of his deck on the second game, and then hopefully it's gonna do better against the Kyungmi deck now that we're pretty interested about.
Yeah, so this was the deck we were excited about because he won with a Perlmo deck, he is now required to play the other deck, right?
Yes, exactly. That's the format. You need to win with the two deck you bring, so you are forced to swap when you win. When you lose a match, you can only play with decks. You can play with either deck that you didn't win with yet. It's a bit complicated. If you already won with a deck, you cannot play it. It's as easy as that. You just need to win with both. And yeah, if you lose, like Andy decided to swap deck there, but he could have stayed on the other one.
Exactly. And if Risky were to lose this game, he's allowed to choose the deck for the third game?
If Risky is to lose this game, he has to play Kyungmi because he already won the first match with the other deck. You have to win with both decks.
Okay, I see.
Yeah. And something that's new though is a new initiative choice system that they just added. So the first initiative was random, and then the loser gets to choose who has the initiative for the first turn.
Yeah, that's really nice. I hope that we sometime see a best of 3 format for ranked, and having that feature then would be really neat.
Yeah, I'm really glad they added that. That was even surprising because I didn't know it was in the plan, and like suddenly Alex was like, "Hey, I have this feature, isn't it great?" And yeah, it's amazing.
So what is happening in this game? Risky got a pretty good turn 2, right? Because he was able to drop this cannon. Is that its name?
Well,
Cannon Trails on turn 2, which
the
denied.
Cannon Trails. Yeah, this is very strong on initiative.
Exactly, because it denied ND12's entire second turn.
Yeah. But then on the third turn, I guess ND knows that the Kyungmi usually wants to draw a lot. That's why he dropped the Binding Magician instead of the Thicket of Thorns. But by doing so, he lost 1 XP because Risky was able to play a unit that's bigger in HP. Because that's how that level up. He needs to get the biggest unit.
Exactly, so he could have leveled up last turn, right?
No, he couldn't have leveled up last turn because the XP happened at the start of the turn.
Right.
So he would have gotten the extra XP this turn anyways. But he would just have 1 more XP for the next turn.
So it didn't change the game plan all too much then. He just missed out on 1 EXP then. But what is also interesting here is that playing this Binding Magician, it actually plays into the hands of Risky, right?
Yeah, it is. it's not always the case, because let's be honest, you cannot always just play Whims of Fate and discard your entire hand if you're behind. But right now, Risky is not behind at all, so he could even have done it right away. But that's very risky that early when the boards are very equal and your Kyungmi you want to swap while having cards in hand, and your opponent's gonna get free value by leveling up. So it's really risky to press the trigger that early to do it.
Yeah, look, and he's even killing it here, so he obviously didn't want it on the board.
Yeah, he probably wants to have a bigger hand before he does that, or have a plan. But he has a very huge board, like he's way ahead on the board, and he's gonna draw cards with a Kyungmi green power on this Charmer.
Yeah. But at the same time, he can't really attack with many of his other units because they will run straight into this 1/7.
Yeah. So Andy can just block there or not block at all. But not blocking at all would mean he loses the XP, because then the Secret of Sun will duel with the Corngop Charmer. But he needs to deal with this Charmer very fast, and he just found an answer in Southbolt. Maybe if he has nothing else, that could be a good answer.
Yeah, I'm also thinking Mana Maiden here, because he might want to develop his board further. Try to get ahead in that way.
Yeah, getting more mana is definitely helpful, but he's already kind of falling behind on the board. That being said, Riskycb decks look to be pretty aggressive, so if he can survive the storm, yeah, he went for the Mana Maiden.
Yeah. I think it's because he already had a lot of expensive cards in his hand. He didn't need another one costing 4. He rather, on the next turn when he has 6 mana, play a 4-drop and a 2-drop. And be able to play 2 cards a turn that way.
Yeah, that makes sense. It goes really well with his hand, indeed. This Flatfall Frog is actually a pretty good wall at stopping like all these units, really very much all of them, because it blocks right away. It blocks this Charmer and really prevents a lot of attacking there.
Yeah, but also Risky just played one of the best cards for the Kyungmi deck.
Yeah.
The Rainbow Technician.
Very strong card, creating a lot of value.
Yeah, this is just going to keep generating 2/1s, more or less 1 or 2 each turn, I would expect.
Yeah, well, he just played it and I already made one, so when he will have full mana with it, it's gonna make a lot more. Let's see what he discarded with his golden ticket. Another golden ticket and the Swine's Prince.
So he got a little bit of value there from the Scout 3.
Yeah. Yeah, we can see he progressed a lot more in his deck than Andy did. Look at that, already 8 card defense. He didn't draw that much more, but he progressed into the deck. Crazily.
Yeah. So he's probably going to just generate as much units as he can and throw them at Andy 12's face. Both the Charmer and the Technician are putting so many tokens on the board.
Yeah. So
it almost looks like a bullet deck.
Block. I don't really like this block by Andy, because he could have let everything go and everything would have died to the Gate of Thorns. This way would have kept 4 HP on the Flatfall Frog, and he would have gained his XP.
Yeah, so. I agree.
But I don't know, because keeping the Thicket could have some value as well, especially with like return comebacks and cards like this. So
yeah, but he also has another Thicket in hand, so
yeah, that is true. You really often don't want to have 2 Thickets in play at the same time, because it's very ineffective. Like it deals 2 damage to the unit that goes through, but it means that basically your Thicket takes twice as much damage as well.
Yeah,
that's not really what you want.
Andy 12 has a really good wall here, and he has even more wall creatures in his hand. But what I'm worried about is that he doesn't really have anything in his deck able to close out the game.
Mm-hmm.
Like, even if he reaches these 9-10 mana, surviving until then, what does he have that he can play to actually win? Or is he just waiting for the level up?
He has a few things, right? Yes, Soul Clemmer, I think. Like Andy or Risky? Sorry, I'm not quite sure. You mean What does Risky has to win at this point later?
Ah, MD12. The only card I see is the Soul Claimer.
Yeah, I think
Like-
it's the only one he has. Hydra, mostly Hydra is a sizable body and can get in, but that's a weak
Yeah,
play.
and there's a
there we
Magician
go.
out.
So
So they're gonna lose all of these cards they used through.
yeah, so Risky right now is just saying, okay, oh wow, and look at what he discarded. 2 Revenant at Arms that can come back every turn.
Yeah, so that's basically the same thing as drawing them to hand, right?
Yeah, that's basically the same thing. You can, well, it's gonna cost you 1 unit, technically, to use, to revive it, but it is pretty much similar. And now, like Risky by pressing the triggers there says that he can win with the current board he has. He doesn't need more. That's what is significating.
And that looks to be true, right? He has
Yeah.
a good advantage.
Especially with getting 2 Revenant at Arm on the grave, because that means he can use his mana even without having cards.
Exactly, and he also has the Dragon Egg, which is effectively a 5/5.
Yeah, he has much more than that. He also has this Charmer that right now just discard cards, but that could soon get enabled again if this Binding Magician dies for some reason. So
Yeah.
very
So
interesting. Very
it is
aggressive.
looking like like they don't have a lot of options, but Risky does actually have quite a few options still.
Well, Andy is not out at all though, because he's leveling up there, he's getting a Swiss Duelist that grows. That's pretty scary, but unfortunately for him, it's the wrong initiative, and this Duelist Rainbow Technician is just gonna eat it. So yeah, it looks very favorable for Risky right now. Yeah, I'm thinking of a way out for Andy. He could get a big draft. A big draft could save him. Like a UJ or your Earthquake, a Clorp again would definitely save him.
Plague or Nightshade,
Yeah.
something along those lines. But remember, these are also cards that he could have included in his deck list, but I don't think he did.
Yeah, he probably didn't, but he, like we said, he's probably newer, so he doesn't know much of the strong cards. He doesn't. I didn't see him a lot. I'm really happy that he's in the tournament. He's trying his best when he doesn't know that much about the game, and that's very good. It's very amazing.
Yeah, agreed. I myself haven't even joined the tournament yet, and I have been for a while, so. So
But
what are
it's
the
not-
options?
It's not your fault if I'm taking you to cast with me instead.
I'm just happy to be here.
Yeah.
So the drops he got isn't amazing.
Yeah.
The Skinworm can
doesn't look like enough.
the Skinworm can kill 1 unit each every turn, but Risky is just generating so many tokens, it probably won't affect the board all too much.
Yeah, it's probably not enough, indeed. It's probably the best still in there.
Yeah.
Or the biggest drop. He went for
Monarch-
the biggest drop.
Yeah, Monarch is a way to push for damage if he actually wants some way to win. And it can also block the dragon when that comes online.
True. It can, but like,
Yeah, it will just
it's
jump.
coming too late still. The problem with it is like with this 5-drop is that it will hurt only himself, but like not entirely true, but it will mostly hurt him because Risky has so many mana things that he can do on the board without using cards from his hand. So it will mainly up the cost of his own card, while Risky is just happy to keep clicking his card, keep bringing undead, and not stopping.
Yeah, we just got a comment in chat here that your voice might be a bit quiet compared to
Yours?
the game and mine.
Okay, I'm gonna try to upgrade that, or maybe I'm gonna actually lower you instead a bit, sorry.
Yeah, that's fine.
So that we are closer. Okay, that maybe like this, can you try a bit?
Yeah, hello, I am speaking right now.
Alright, a tiny bit more, and I think that should be good now. Hopefully we're about the same now. Yeah, keep updating us, and that's a good thing.
Yeah, although with the delay, the changes will come a bit late, but
Yeah, we have 15-minute delay. It's important for the players to feel safe about their plays and sniping, and yeah.
but this game we're looking at, it feels like it's more or less over, and Risky just need to go through the motions of actually reducing ND12's
Yeah,
life
I
total to
agree.
0, right?
Well, the fact that Andy doesn't play any comeback mechanisms like big AoEs, it looks like it's not gonna be able to come back from that, for sure. He's gonna survive a few turns still, because he has blockers, but they're going like they're going down and down and down, and Risky is not even losing any value because all the cards he loses he can revive by, almost all of them.
Exactly, they are just rotating, the value never stops.
Exactly, yeah.
So what is your first impression of this Kyungmi deck that Risky is bringing? Do you think it's good enough?
It's very interesting, like this plan of value of like you start really aggressive, and then when you reach a point where you're strong enough on the board, you just discard everything and your opponent as well, and you just play from the graveyard and from your active on the board instead of on from hand. It's a very interesting take.
Yeah, but can he beat something like a Pride? What does Risky's deck do against a Pride hitting the board right now?
Well, I think against such a deck, Risky's trying to be more aggressive and to win before the Pride hits the board. Or it has a few ways to ping that we saw, but I don't know if it can kill a Pride.
Yeah, he has the Forgive Forget, so that's one way.
Yeah, he has a lot of ways to ping with Torch Tiles and stuff, but if it's untargetable, it's gonna be hard. He has a few hard answers, but it's gonna be exactly it's gonna be hard for everyone. So I really like Risky lineup, pretty interesting.
Yeah, but I'm feeling a little bit lack of interaction with the opponent maybe. But at the same time, if you're discarding both players' hand, maybe that's enough to put people off.
Well, the thing is, this is kind of the problem with Kyungmi as well. Is like since you need to have a good mix of all the colors, it kind of cuts off on some of the interaction that you can have, unfortunately. But it's still extremely interesting to see a Kyungmi list like this. Like right now, he's so far ahead. It's pretty much over. Like he has 2 cards I can draw, even though one is exhausted, but he's getting value everywhere. He's getting value from the grave, from the board. Like it's pretty insane. So yeah, we're just waiting for this game. I think it's pretty over. But good try by Andy. He told me he's new and he's excited to participate. Couldn't make it, unfortunately.
So how many viewers do you think we have are not familiar with how collective functions? Like we are seeing a lot of stuff happening on the screen. We have level ups, and we have drafts. Do you think we need to show these, or?
Well, we can go through some of them for sure. So it's I think there's quite a few players that are in the Discord and I played the game already because it's a tournament for it. But for the few people that didn't, we can explain like the heroes, the level ups, things like this, and the initiative maybe. So yeah, both players have a hero which have different abilities like we've shown previously. I'm gonna wait for this because I cannot show the hero while it's on the stack. What do you grab back there? There's nothing, right? There's nothing you can grab. Maybe.
There's nothing this Animal can do now, unfortunately. He's down for the count.
Yeah.
often when an opponent is taking this long to make a decision, that's a good sign for you that they don't have very many options.
Exactly. So yeah, both players have heroes that have different level up conditions that gain XP on some ways and have different rewards. When you reach the required number of XP, you get this reward. And when you get this reward, you draft a card as well from the pool of ranked card in a game. So this way it adds a bit of randomness and a bit of skill to choosing the right card. And then yeah, the turns are simultaneous. Like each player before an attack will swap turns back and forth, and you can try to mind game your opponent by keeping your mana, let him play something, but if they don't, then you lose your mana, etc, etc. Like a bit like Legend of Runeterra, maybe for players that tried that. And yeah, and then all the cards are made by the players. We'll get more every week, and that's great. Do you want to add something about that?
No, only that I think that was the killing blow from Risky, so
yeah.
End it well.
So
Just
congratulations to him. Congratulations to Risky. He's up one match, and yeah, he moves on. Better chance next time for ND maybe.
Yeah, I hope that we get to see more of him in the future. As I said before, he's not a player I have seen neither on the Discord or in multiplayer, so I hope he sticks around and maybe come and say hi.
Yeah, I think I might have seen him talk once or twice, but maybe just because he sent me his list. I might be confusing that. Alright, so let's try to find our next match. Let's try to open these brackets real quick, see how it is going for everybody. So let me check. Oh wait, I have a notification. Disconnected player. Okay, I will need to go chat with these guys a bit, I think.
Right,
because apparently we have an issue with one match, I'm sorry. So I will try to resolve that.
A lot of the technical stuff is handled by the players in the tournament through our Discord channel, right?
Yes.
There aren't a lot of official systems to report matches and stuff. So we're going to have to, or well, Bag is going to do a lot of work on his end just to update who won each game and so forth.
Okay, well, it seems like a player is not connecting. Yeah, it seems like a player is unfortunately not showing up. I think that's what's happening. So Oasim might have a free win. Yeah, I think Ion is not online. Let me check real quick on my friend list. Okay, not for self. Have the friend list be sorted alphabetically. That'd be great. I think it's supposed to be, but it's moving around. So
yeah, it might depend on who is online and not as well. So how many games do you think that this tournament will go for? Or well, I guess you know because you have the brackets.
Yeah, we have the brackets and we can know the number of games, but let me just put him as the winner. And
yeah. So what just happened is that we had a player that his opponent did not connect.
Exactly.
And of course that player should then be the winner of that game. So we are resolving that.
Yeah. So yeah, Risky moved on to face Akavodol that got a bye before, but let's change a bit. I just saw that at the very top, TheSquakawaker against Maniacoak could start, and that these are two players that we know of, and They've been pretty good,
Yeah.
so I kind of want to look at them. What do you think?
Yeah, these are two veterans that have been along for the ride for a long, long time. They were part of the community even before I started to play, which was like a year and a half ago. So they are surely know how to play this game, and
Okay, but seems like it might not start well yet. Okay, they're not exactly in game yet, apparently.
yeah, okay.
Or they
but,
might just
them-
have finished. I'm not quite sure, but I think that they're starting to challenge each other. Something like that. So let's take a look at our list instead, while we wait for that.
Yeah. It looked like Mania is bringing a flying deck, like Flying Helden. It has been a pretty strong deck for quite a while.
Yeah, he's playing an LDM. I think it's one of his favorite decks. He's always talking good about how strong Flying LDM is, and yeah, very aggressive. The top of the curve is 4 mana, and
And I happen to see that he is also including a card I was playing around with just 2 days ago, Charge Wing, a
Yep.
mind card in his strength list.
pretty interesting, pretty
So for
pretty good.
yeah, so for anyone not familiar with how the affinities works, since Heldim is a strength hero, you can see that by the red color of his emblem up to the top right. All of the cards of a different color or affinity will cost 1 more mana for him. So the Charge Wing there at 3 mana, if you were playing that in a mind deck, it would cost only 2. So he thinks that it will really benefit him because he's going to pay 1 extra mana to cast this.
Yeah, and it's actually really funny because you're talking about affinities, and then his second deck is affinityless. It's an egolessness deck, and this card is very special because it gives you extra XP at the start of the game if you have no colors at all in your deck and only neutral cards. So yeah, that's very interesting. He's using the food package to try to make a huge deal of trades. That's his deck, and
Yeah, and,
he's mixing
and
that
the-
with Vox.
Exactly, so it's 2 strategies mixed into 1 deck, right?
Yep, exactly. It's a pretty scary deck. Can get huge deals, and if you somehow gets out of the huge bodies, it comes back behind with Vox. It's pretty scary. And then
when he's using that everything bread on the Jill, he's also hoping to have this Obsidian Paladin in hand, right?
yeah, because it's gonna be free to play and just an extra huge body with a million keywords.
Exactly, because that's also going to be fed by the
Yeah.
everything bread.
Exactly. So yeah, and then we have TheSquakawaker with Ash and that deck. So very different approach there.
Exactly. She's playing my favorite deck.
Yeah.
Go Squawkawaker.
So which one is it your favorite deck, eh? I wonder,
The
Gentle
Ash.
Cat.
The Ash one, of course.
Of course. Yeah. Very aggressive. A lot of pings, a lot of reach with burst.
And it can really put your opponent off if you have a good turn 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Yeah, you try to
if
really
you-
put them behind from the get-go and never let them recover, basically.
Exactly, because if you get hit by the trails on turn 2 and then the Crystal Wing on turn 4, you have a really hard time getting back from that. And as soon as you think you are grasping for straws to get back in that game, they will hit you with the double Harvest Fear, and
Yep.
you are dead.
And then the second deck is like completely opposite strategy. Very slow, a lot of value. We can see all these 8 and 9 drops and 12 drops. Like, reminder that we go up to 13 mana in collective. So yeah,
Yeah, so
a
this
lot
is similar to
slower
the
and very strong late game, but you need to survive the mid game.
Exactly. So this is similar to the ND12 deck we saw last game, right? Only the difference here is that she has a lot of cards that cost more than 7-8 mana,
Yeah,
which can really help in
She
the
has
late game.
crazy late game. She has even like a lot of it. Like I play a lot of control, and I don't know if I play that many. No, but it's very strong. If you get to this point, it's very hard for your opponent to come back. Let's see if they started that game. I don't really know if they did. Maybe they're waiting for my approval to start the second match. Let me ask them.
Yeah, maybe they are waiting for you to tell them it's okay to start round 2.
Yeah. I'm asking them. This awesome guy still didn't answer. I hope didn't take too long because I took the whole first game to answer him. That's a pretty long time. I'm very sorry about that, and I hope you're still there. You didn't go away. Awesome. So let's see there.
All right, but that's actually good because then we get to see it from the start.
Exactly. That'd be a really good match to see from the start, and that'd be nice. Oh, apparently Tom Sonic lost against Vmnunes and he's sad. Oh.
Yeah, those are 2 really good players.
Yeah, very good players facing on the first round. That's a seeding, it's random. Maybe later we'll try to get other like ways of seeding based on results, or maybe even on leaderboards if we can extend that, but
yeah,
for
but
now,
Tom and Vmnunes, they are both players I wouldn't have been surprised to see in the finals.
Yeah, they're very strong. I think Tom already reached finals in the previous one in the beta tournaments. So yeah, we will see. I'm still answering a few questions. I'm very sorry. I think Maniac and TheSquakawaker are gonna start soon.
Yeah, so this is what happens when you are both hosting and doing all of the technical stuff.
Yeah, I know, but
at the same time. But that's fine.
Well, I think we already went up in value and in production and everything a lot. We're 2 now, and then maybe next time we'll have another person and it'll be more
behind the scenes to handle all of that stuff.
Exactly.
We're getting there.
We're making progress. Alright, let me go back to this thing maybe, that they get to see us and and our beautiful faces, and yeah.
So we are waiting for this game to start, right?
Yeah, still waiting on it. Alright, maybe. Yeah, this started. Let's go. Okay,
there we go.
So we're gonna swap there. I'm gonna update this real quick. And let's see how this goes, because this could be very interesting. So we're watching the Maniac perspective first. He's playing his egolessness deck. We can see we just joined on turn 2. He's already level 2. Like that's what.
Yeah, and that is because he had this egoless card in his deck, right?
Exactly. So on its own, it just draws a card, but it just does an extra effect when you reach this. Have no card with an affinity. So he started with 3 XP, which is a lot.
And it looks like TheSquakawaker is not really having the opener she wished for.
Yeah.
She didn't have a play on turn 1, which is really crucial for the Ashe. And she has one of the weakest turn 2 plays with the Lunar Dancer. Both the Snowball and the Cannon Trails would have been better to play.
Yeah, and Maniac has the answer for it as well. He gets to kill it. That is very unfortunate for TheSquakawaker, but she's definitely not out of there. Like, the deck can be very aggressive even if you miss the start. Well, that's not the best follow-up.
Yeah, the 3 mana slot on the Ashe is the biggest the hole in the curve right now, where Devilish Suitor is the best 3-drop, I think, currently. But that being said, it's not a very particularly strong card unless you are facing some really heavy life gain strategy.
Yeah, and we can see that the Maniacoak is full of answer. Like, he has one of the combo pieces to make his food, but the rest is very much only answers.
Yeah, so he's just going to kill every single unit that TheSquakawaker is putting into play that is potentially a threat.
Yeah. And we can see that he played a 3-3 there, probably just to play a bit around his starship that could kill something. So yeah, now she's getting the 1-drops. It's unfortunately it's a bit late for her.
Yeah, so the deal about this version of the Ash is that you are actually including 2 copies of Moonlight's Calling. And what that means is that you have a little bit of late game potential as well, because that card is good to play on both turn 5, 8, 11, and 14 if you get there.
Yeah, I guess it is. Moonlight's Calling is a very scary card against for a control deck to deal with, because you generate suddenly a huge board with wards, with complicated keywords, and with so much value in it. Like, it has to be dealt with, or it will just run away with the game if you get all of them. So
yeah. So if you're a little bit lucky, this Ash deck, even if it's fall behind early game, it can come back.
Yeah. Okay, it looks like Oazim has found his opponent, is back, and they're actually playing their games, so...
Okay, so it's that play from before, which didn't have an opponent. They are now
exactly
going into round 1.
Alright. So yeah, Maniac seems to be pretty much ahead there. He could get an Enrage if he really wants to be aggressive. This is a pretty scary card. He could also just get an Angelfish and try to heal, but 1 life units against a blue deck are usually not that good.
Yeah, I would be expecting that TheSquakawaker is playing Judgment. So putting a 1 HP unit into play is more or less a drawback, I would say. A huge drawback, that is.
Yeah, she's playing 2 Judgment. So yeah, that's definitely very scary, especially because the pings in Ash get even more value, since you can just use them to trigger your passive, and that's a good way to come back in the game as well. Like, if you're able to just suddenly clear half of the board and get enough pings to go face, that's very strong. So let's see. Maniac might want to start generating his food soon, because okay, it just to buff the Raider instead. But it's something you can really do with this deck, as Perlmo is like start to generate even lifesteal food to try to just stop an aggressive deck. Like, you don't have to go for the bread against an aggressive deck.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's also forcing TheSquakawaker to do stuff like this, where she just used her Harvest Fear card on a unit. And that's not really where you want to be with the Ash.
Oh yeah.
Because this is your big burn cards. These are the cards that you can use to kill your opponent from surprisingly high total life HP.
Oh yeah, when you're the opponent of an Ash and you see an Harvest Sphere not going to your face, you are really happy.
Yeah. So he's really putting, even if it doesn't really look like it, he's putting a lot of pressure on TheSquakawaker because she needs to get ahead, and she needs to do it soon, or Mania is going to take over this game with his more expensive cards and his combos.
Yeah, so that's kind of what she tried to do with this Starship, doing 2 damage to random enemy. And hitting the 3-1 is actually not the worst, because now it allows this courier attack to be a bit better, and it kind of pressures the Echo to not attack as well. So it is mind gamey.
Yeah.
And we can see that Maniac just doesn't want to attack. He doesn't care. But he's also
Exactly.
probably a bit scared to give Squawka mana.
But at this point, he doesn't really have a choice because TheSquakawaker already triggered a passive once by playing the Viper.
Well,
so letting
he does have a
both of
choice because he could just block with the chicken.
Yeah, that's true, actually. Yeah, blocking with chicken is probably what he's thinking about here.
Yeah, because
And,
like you said, if he kills the Shadowknight, it sets up 8 mana for a Moonlight Sculling.
Exactly.
So.
And there isn't really a lot of. It isn't a hefty price to block with the. Wait, what just happened? Did he just time out?
It looks like Maniac just timed out.
That must have been some connection issue or something, right? Because that's pretty huge.
Oh, that looks huge. I'm not very sure.
Because that looked like more or less a free block, either with a 1/1 or with the Chicken Tower. Because blocking with the Chicken Tower just generates you another Chicken Tower, and they cost 0 mana to play.
Yeah,
so...
it's pretty good value. It's thinning the deck as well.
Oh, but here, TheSquakawaker just played a Judgment on 4 mana, killing 3 units, getting 3 blasts, and Maniacoak
is out.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking that was a connection issue.
Well, we will see. We'll get the end of that for sure.
Because Mania isn't really a player who's giving up that easily.
I wouldn't say that. Sometimes he does. but yeah,
I mean,
it looks like he turned out on the combat there, and he had to keep going. So I'm not sure. We will get to the end. We'll get to the end of it.
Yeah, but in any case, regardless if it was a connection issue or not, I believe that TheSquakawaker is the winner of that game with the hashtag.
Yeah, it is gonna be the match for TheSquakawaker. But we're gonna get to see, because the match was too advanced to just ask for a rematch there, I believe. Well, it's up to you. If they get to an agreement to rematch, sure. But I believe Squawka just can have the match as well. So
yeah,
it looks like Maniac is now offline. So yeah, we'll see. Like a rematch, I would be down for a rematch, you know, like watching one more game, it's always cool, but...
Especially with that hashtag, I mean, it's obviously a very interesting deck to analyze.
yeah, but like, it's really up to them. Squawka was still in the game and Maniac disconnected, so if she wants to be... like, if she wants to take the win, it's a win, that's what I mean. Really.
Yeah, that looked pretty fair for TheSquakawaker. Or well, if it was a connection issue, not fair, but
well, you can't really ask for a remake on something like that. Like
exactly, it had definitely gone too long, and TheSquakawaker had just gained an advantage from that pretty huge judgment killing 3 units.
Yep, for sure. So we will see what's the end word on that, because right now we do not have any idea. Okay, we have more problem with this match. Oh my.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm trying to think of stuff to tell people while we wait. I guess I could tell anyone not knowing that is watching the stream that this game collected, it has different heroes as you have seen, and in total right now the game has 7 heroes. It has 2 for each of the affinities, and then 1 which start off as neutral and then is able to switch between the 3 different affinities. And then the affinities, as you might also have seen so far, are the blue, red, and green, and those are mind, strength, and spirit, we call them. And then Kyungmi, the 7th hero is neutral and can switch between the 3.
Yep. Sorry.
And we are expecting a new hero in the next season, right? So every 3 months we are switching seasons and we are getting new season passes, and I have been told, or I have heard, I mean, that we will also see new heroes each season.
I believe that is the plan indeed.
Yeah, so that's exciting.
And maybe some nice skin as well, like
the
Buluk one. Okay, so multiple things going on.
Yeah, I have access to back screen, so I can see him like switching between multiple different chats here and trying to handle a lot of stuff behind the scenes here for you, just to get the tournament going.
Okay, so apparently this player didn't read the rules at all. So alright, so that should be it. I'm sorry for the little blank.
Yeah. I'm just hearing from TheSquakawaker that Maniac actually forfeited both games. And not only the first one that we saw.
Yeah? Alright.
So I think we will need to find someone else to spectate, because that game seems to be over. And Mania, another player which had great potential to get to the finals, is also out of the tournament.
That's interesting. So apparently he just crashed, or he had no more internet.
Yeah, I don't know the reason, but I just heard that he is out from TheSquakawaker telling me this in chat.
Okay. So yeah, it looks like it.
So do we have another game we can put on?
Yeah, let's take a look at the brackets real quick, and yeah, so Squawka advanced. Unfortunate for Maniac, but I guess his internet just not good enough. So we have a lot of players we didn't see. It would be good to move on, maybe a bit to the other side.
Caputo, Whammer. Caputo is one of the oldest players, and Whammer is one of the newer ones, so that's also a bit interesting.
Alright, we can try to see where they're at and spectate them maybe.
For those who do not know, Caputommy, he is one of the artists who made a lot of the great art from Collective's early days. Before I joined the scene, he was providing a lot of nice art for the game. And I haven't had a chance to interact with him yet, unfortunately. But he really showed me what can be done with the editor before I started doing it myself. So that's exciting. Exciting to see him back.
Yeah, it's great. It's been I actually never saw him before. I saw a lot of his cards, but I don't think I actually played him a lot. Like I just saw that he had quite a few cards in there. So that's very interesting. So this game is already pretty advanced. Well reached.
Yeah, so this is Caputommy versus Whammerist on turn 6 already.
Yeah.
Do we know if this is the first round or the second round?
I do not know.
Okay.
We'll get to find out soon. But we can see that Caputommy is pretty much dominating this game. He doesn't have much value, but he's very much ahead.
Yeah, but if Whammer is able to clear this board, Caputommy doesn't really have much else going on. But that being said, he's also already at 6 HP, so he needs to play at least 2 removals next turn just to stay in this game.
Yeah. Caputommy also has to destroy one of his units every turn. But it's not gonna be much of a problem with this cluster mine just coming in. He has things to sacrifice. And Whammer just can't take a hit from that anyways, from this gene. So
Yeah. So it looks like Caputommy is on some kind of sacrifice list, right?
yeah, it's been pretty popular. It's gotten multiple nerfs, especially this glowstone mine that was making 2 glowstone instead of 1 has been nerfed. But it's still very effective. So you plan to play a lot of cheap units, you buff them, you play units that sacrifice each other, and you sacrifice your cheapest unit to get bigger units. Pretty strong overall strategy when it goes well. But the problem with the deck is sometimes you draw very much backward and you can't get much to go.
Yeah, because there are 2 parts of the deck, right? It's the part that wants to be sacrificed, and it's the part that benefits from being sacrificed. So if you only draw one of the sides, you aren't really having an effective deck, right?
Yep, exactly. But it looks like Whammer might not have enough there. He's gonna heal and he's gonna survive at 2 HP. It's not over yet because 8 mana could be an Earthquake. An Earthquake could bring him back in the game.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a quick look at this guy's on Whammer's deck list just to see what he's working with.
Yeah, sure.
There he is, Richter Control. So for the late game, he can bring out Mind of War, but that will only take one of the enemies away.
He doesn't. Yeah, he's actually not playing Earthquake.
Exactly.
So he cannot have Earthquake there too.
So he's going to have to present 2 removals this turn.
Yeah, he needs 2 AoEs and the good ones as well. He needs 2 Lightning Surge to survive. Or 2 single target removal, like Mesmerize. Ooh, that's not gonna do it.
Yeah, that's not doing anything on this board.
Yeah.
Is that from draft or is he trying to do something cute with it?
It was from draft.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was from draft. But unfortunately, I think it's just admitting that it's over.
Yeah, more or less. A play like that signalizes that I don't have anything.
Yeah,
And,
you're like, look at my cute card that I drafted. Isn't it great? And yeah, this card is not bad at all, this Sorceress, in some boards. And you can get a lot of value out of it, but just not doing anything there.
Yeah, I have tried it in some decks, but those have been Ash decks, and playing it at 5 mana never felt really worth it, because it doesn't provide any value the turn you play it. So I didn't have success with it there, but I am sure that it can be good in the Brick list.
Yeah, I had a few success with it. Oh, it was pretty close. He actually had the Mesmerize, and there's only this 3/3 that's gonna be enough to finish it. Yeah, this card is very interesting. I had some success with it, but ultimately it's a bit too slow for 5 mana. About
I would have
GG
needed to see it at like 4.
To Caputommy. Yeah, maybe at 4 it would be nice. So yeah, let's find out if it was game 1, game 2, game 3 maybe. I'm not quite sure. I'm gonna see if they updated the battle file. I'm also gonna check the Discord real quick, but don't tell anyone. I'm gonna have a lot of reading to do after everything's over. Blast is trying to help. So thank you very much to him. So yeah, it looks like it might not be over, since it didn't report a 2-0. And yeah, they start the next match, so let me find Whammerist. Yeah, Whammerist, if he added me. Yep, and we're gonna watch his perspective this time. I do not know if it's 1-0 or 1-1 for Caputommy, so I'm gonna just hide the score so that nobody knows. Alright,
it looks like it's Rictic versus Rictix this time around.
Yeah, and so Whammer is going back with his Rictic and Caputommy is trying his own. Whammer is sent back everything and got a very nice card in Celestial Hourglass. Usually in this kind of matchup you just want to be greedy. Even though sometimes keeping a Crystallize is not bad, but it's also usually used to remove your own units just to ramp in such matchups.
Yeah, this can go for quite a while, right? For any one of these players to get an advantage and deal 25 HP.
Yeah, it's gonna, like, usually what's gonna happen now, like, someone can get a bit of an advantage of HP, kill the units a bit of XP, but it's ultimately it probably won't matter much. It's very rare that a game will be a Rictic Mirror will be decided that early. Let's check. Let me check really quick what is what other lists like Caputommy. What's the difference between the two lists? Okay. I think they play the exact same list.
Yeah, more or less it seems like.
Okay, there are a few differences, but very close lists. Yeah.
Yeah.
Whammer just Thought get to choose to keep this card. So Vanishing Act is a huge value tool, but he just wants the Hourglass, and I agree. If he gets to get 2 level on his opponents, it's gonna start being very hard for Caputommy to come back from that. But maybe he has the same. Ooh, what an interesting draft.
Yeah, those were a lot of good options. I did not expect him to take the Black Queen though.
Me neither. This is not like, okay, this is a very slow card, but this is not really a matchup where people are playing units a lot. So I'm not exactly sure why we take Black Queen over maybe a Dreamer for very late game, but I don't think even that was the pick. I don't know.
No. I don't think they will go that late, right? Someone will have won before the deck runs out. At least I hope.
Probably yes. Especially no, Whammerist right now is in a great spot. Like, by knowing his hand, like, double Celestial Hourglass is very huge. It's very strong, and if it,
especially in the mirror, right? Because in the mirror you don't care about spending a turn 5 on doing nothing.
Yeah. I'm even surprised that he used this 2 Starship for damage and not XP right now. Because with a hand like this, unless he plans to just Hourglass for level 3. Because he has he had 2 possibilities in my opinion. The first one is to try to get level 3 normally and then Hourglass for level 4 and 5. And the second one is to just Hourglass right now for level 3 and then Hourglass again for level 4.
Yeah, 4-5 sounds like it would have been a very strong plan for winning the game.
Yeah, but it would also have been a bit slower because you wouldn't reach level 3 yet, so you would have to wait.
Right.
So I'm not quite sure which one was more correct.
Yeah, I'm not very familiar with this deck. As you might know, I'm more of the aggressive player.
Yeah.
So
and I'm more the control player, so that's perfect.
Yeah, that's good. You can guide us through this control land that we are seeing right now.
A play that I really would have liked last turn was this Crystallize on his own 2-1 that was the Magic Dave. Because just getting more mana was huge.
So what do you think of the inclusion of the Airborne Infantry in this Rictic list?
Yeah, that's very interesting.
He doesn't really expect to lower the cost of it, right? He just wants to shoot something for 6, I believe.
I think so, yeah. I think that's the plan. Caputommy though with a trail just stopping Whammer on its track there, very hard. And but like again, like see, he just that was the Rictic pressure turn. He put 2/2s, and that's not much pressure.
Yeah, and they are just going to feed into this Crystallize and this Pioneer.
Yep. So now because he got to skip last turn, the plan is now definitely to go level 3 before using the Hourglass.
Yeah.
Because it's not effective enough to just use it for 3 mana, for 3
Exactly.
XP.
So what these Hourglass cards do is that they allow you to level up instantly.
It's very strong.
And what are these rewards that he's looking to get from gaining these high levels on this hero?
So the level he's gonna get there is just give him a very good effective removal spell. That's actually very strong to keep in hand because the opponent can't do much as long as you keep it in hand.
Exactly, but that one is planning to get normally, right?
Yes. And then he's gonna accelerate in 2 turns into a 5/5 duelist unblockable, which is pretty damn strong because basically he's paying 5 mana for it. So that's the costs on it. And then the big one is that when it gets level 5, every time something dies the first time, he gets a copy of it on his side, which includes your own units. So, for example, this 5/5 duelist that he gets, as long as he keeps using it, he's gonna get it back, as long as he keeps killing it first.
So he's going to generate units just from sitting back doing nothing and killing his opponent's board.
Exactly. It's a very grindy but very effective grind, in definitive.
And on the other hand, is Caputommy trying to do more or less the same thing, but it's going slower for him, or what is going on? I
don't think he's trying to do the same thing. You can see that he played 2 of the Plunder Dog, so his plan seems to be more get a 11 cost unit like a Phoenix faster than Whammerist, because Phoenix is very strong, but is also very susceptible to Mesmerize.
Right, it's the 11 mana card that Vammer has in his hand.
Exactly.
Right.
It is one of the biggest drop.
Exactly. And you can right click these cards now as well, I think,
yeah,
to
true.
get the big image.
I keep forgetting that.
But yeah, it's a nice feature, especially for people playing on like laptops and stuff.
Yeah, and just for new players in general, to keep the card up. So yeah, I do think Whammerist is a bit ahead in this matchup because he kind of has everything in it. He's under no pressure.
8/8 unblockable, how does that sound?
Untargetable, it's not unblockable.
Oh right, so untargetable, my bad.
But that's pretty good in the matchup because you want to target it. So very, very strong. But yeah, right now Whammerist seems to just be ahead because of this ramp XP is gonna do. Getting level 5 next turn is very scary for Caputommy, and he didn't get to play a Phoenix. He can't really play a Phoenix yet.
Would have it mattered if he waited a turn and played both of the Hourglass on the same turn, or?
Oh, you cannot do that.
Oh, I see.
Because like right now, he could even play the second right now with a coin, but what Hourglass does in definitive is it brings you to the level up point. So you still level at the end of the turn. So if you use it a second time, you just gain 0 XP. I can't guarantee you because I tried it myself.
Yeah, I expect that would have been a mistake many people would have done, me included, trying to level up twice in the same turn.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very interesting. This is such a stacked end, but he's gonna have to start playing cards. Okay, Caputommy is a bit behind, but he also has the level ups. It's not that far behind.
So they are just going toe to toe, using the same strategy against each other. Yeah. And Caputo is just going to, we're just going to hope for him that he has the second Hourglass.
Oh well, yeah it is. He's playing Recollect, and he's got it back.
Right, so now they are even on the absurdly strong passive buffs from leveling. And
well, Whammer is still gonna get it 1 turn faster. Whammer is getting level 5, Caputommy is still level 4. So he might try to get something out of it. He also has the board. So it's a bit scary for Caputommy. I don't know if he has time to play this Hourglass, but he probably has to, or he's gonna just stay too far behind.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's only 5 mana, and next turn they're going to be at 11, so he's probably going to be able to play something else as well.
Okay.
Right?
He's killing the 5-drop now so that he doesn't get resurrected over and over again. Which is not bad, but at the same time, it's used the 3 mana destroyer unit, which is a very valuable resource. But
isn't Whammer just going to be able to use his 3 mana destroyer unit on Caputommy's 5/5 this turn?
yeah, and get it. It is a possibility.
Exactly.
He might not want to do that again. I'm a big fan of literally never using From the Dark, because it makes your opponent. It puts such pressure on the opponent. Like, you always tell them, if you play something big, I kill it. And then, when they finally play something big, you kill it with something that's not the 3 mana spell. And you keep the pressure on.
Yeah, that can be a really strong mind games, just to prevent your opponent from ever playing anything they don't want to have removed.
Exactly. And you just grind them out. That's
exactly. So as the aggressor in many cases, I often have to look out for that. Make sure to not get behind unnecessarily because you're afraid to get stuff removed, because they will get removed eventually anyway. So just get them in there in the heat and have them be removed so that other stuff can survive later.
Yep. And yeah, see, he didn't get to use From Dark. The tech that the Airborne Infantry being pretty good at killing the Shrike and getting it back.
Yeah, so that is. Oh, a consign. What are you consigning in this matchup? The Nefet?
Probably the Nefet. Well, probably one of the huge drops. Basically, there is 3 huge drops. One is Nefet, one is Mind of War, and the third one is Lizatep Soulclaimer. That's the 3 biggest units, and you really want to remove them because they are the way to win. And yeah, it is gonna be the Neftet. So no more Phoenixes for Whammerist, but doesn't mean no more Phoenixes, because Caputommy still has them, and they could be stolen because level 5s of Ritic.
Right. So if Caputommy chooses to play the Hourglass this turn and also level up to level 5, if a unit would die, would both players get that unit then?
Yeah, both players would get a copy of it, so it would duplicate it.
Right. So there we go. There's this Hourglass for Caputommy as well.
So that's gonna start being very hard for the players to know exactly what to do, because this point of game, first, it doesn't happen that often that both players, like, to reach this point, both players needs to have 2 Hourglass super fast, which is not the majority of games. And
yeah, this is looking pretty hard to navigate, I must say. There are a lot of mind games going on, and there are a lot of
cards in
it. Exactly, a lot of options for the players.
Yeah.
Like, looking at Vemmer right now, he has 1, 2, 3, 6, 9, like 10 different cards he can play from his hand right now, which are all viable options.
Yeah, and he chooses to pass.
And he chooses
10
to pass.
Exactly. And 7 cards. So he has a bit of card advantage. But really, really not
even if there's
much.
not a lot of board action, there is a lot going on in this game.
Yeah. Especially now that they're both level 5. So now that they're both level 5, they can still level up. They can still get draft out of it, but they don't get any more benefits and any new rewards. So yeah, the only thing they get now from leveling up is a card, a random card out of 4. So it's certainly way less interesting to level up. And we can see that actually, I'm not even sure that Whammerist really wants to attack, because maybe he wants to keep his Airborne Infantry at 6.
Yeah, or he's going to have to play it real soon anyway, for it to have any damage value, apart from just being a free 2/2.
True, that's possible. You know what is very funny is that right now Caputommy can click this egg and get a free egg and a 5/5.
Right, because the egg is killing itself, and that's the
Yeah.
first unit to die.
And then he would give the egg also to Whammerist. It's really
Yeah, this is a weird one.
Yeah. Very, very weird.
So that's one of the charms about Collective, really, I feel like, is that there are so many different ways the game can play out. Like, we have seen some pretty aggressive rounds ending at turn 7-8 today,
Yep.
but now we are getting this real
Very,
long
very
one.
slow. Well,
Very
it is
slow.
probably the slowest matchups we can find right now. I would say. Because even the controlly Belmo are not that slow, I think. Because
Yeah,
they don't
we
have
can see here
hourglass.
that Whammer is taking a long time to think about this with the clock.
Alright, yeah. So Caputommy just passed, by the way. And Whammer took the egg, like just killed the egg to get an egg.
Would you rather have just passed there as well, getting in for 5 damage, or well, 7 damage even with the infantry?
No, because Whammer has too many cards. You don't really want to discard a card. So you kind of want to play a card. You have this 8/8 untargetable that wouldn't be bad, to be honest.
Yeah, but dealing the damage isn't worth it, you think? That actually trying to close the game sometime? You'd rather try to keep the value train going?
Yeah, no, it's still worth it to try to kill your opponent. Like, you're still gonna kill it with damage that comes from units. You don't have burst in these decks, and it can come from a huge phoenix. But right now, the board's starting to be really in favor of Whammerist. The thing is, Caputommy is probably having a phoenix in his hand and is gonna clear all of that. But the cheap damage is not irrelevant.
Yeah, Caput is playing 2 Phoenixes, so it's not unlikely that he has drawn one of them.
Yeah, he's also playing plenty AoEs, so even if he doesn't have the Phoenix, he probably at least have something. See, but you can see, like, Caputommy is trying to make him discard from the dark because it is the card that this card puts so much pressure on you.
Yeah, but at the same time, he still has that Mesmerize in hand, which is essentially the same card in this matchup, so...
Yeah, well, it is the same card only for Phoenix. Against Lizatep Soulclaimer, it's also good, but there's a huge body. And against Mind of War, it's actually helping the opponent. Okay, so that definitely looks like a Phoenix setup. Because it just put this at 6 HP.
How much damage does the Phoenix do? It does 6?
Yes, it does 6 to the wallborn. Well, I hope for Caputommy that he has a Phoenix, because if he doesn't, that's scary.
And if he were to kill the board with a Phoenix next turn, which of the units would both play a get back from their level 5 passive?
Okay, so that's a weird one, but usually it's the first one that Hunted play.
Right, so the oldest unit, you could say.
The oldest unit, yeah. But we can see that Whammerist just took an egg because he's kind of expecting his board to die, so he's like, okay, I'm killing the egg, I'm getting an egg. But you're also getting a 7-1 for that, so... He's not very scared of this 7-1 because he has plenty answers. It's a 7-1 if Phoenix goes into the board again.
If Phoenix drops, yeah, he can just ping it away with Crystallize.
But I don't think Caputommy has much of a choice. He has to, yeah, he has to press the button. He has to.
Yeah, there's the Phoenix.
Get the Phoenix. And now the game just got even more complicated because when this Phoenix die, both players get a Phoenix, and they both do AOE.
Right, and this was what you were talking about. If he's mesmerizing this Phoenix here, he doesn't have the opportunity to get his own Phoenix.
Oh no, he does. He does. He still does.
Oh, right. Okay, so the passive isn't negated.
Yeah, the passive isn't negated. The passive creates base copy of the card.
Right,
it doesn't care if it's silenced.
My bad.
And now we can see that Whammerist has the mana advantage. He goes to 14 mana. He's ready. And he's ahead on mana, which doesn't really matter most of the time at this point. It really doesn't. So yeah. Whammerist is thinking about playing more units. Ooh, we're just gonna exhaust the Phoenix.
The Phoenix, that's an interesting choice. So he doesn't want this scenario you were talking about where double Phoenixes are wiping the board each turn.
Yeah. Let me check if Caputommy... Okay, Caputommy is playing Vanishing Act. Vanishing Act negates this exhaust forever. It doesn't negate the silence though, I believe. But it would remove the exhausted forever if Caputommy wanted.
Right, and Caputommy can also kill his own Phoenix, right? Just to get another one on the board.
Okay, he's gonna steal a 7/7. It's Caputommy's turn to try to put pressure. He knows that Whammer doesn't have Phoenixes in his deck. He removed them. So he's just gonna try to kill him.
Right, and this game looked like it was in favor of Whammer.
Yeah, for a while. And then...
until that Phoenix hit the board.
Not having Phoenixes is a big deal. But again, if Whammer kills this Phoenix, the board dies because there's 12 damage AoE.
Yeah.
And it looks like he's gonna kill the Mind of War, grabbing a Mind of War of his own, which will allow him to steal the Phoenix, which will be a new base copy, which will clear the board. Or some shenanigans like this.
He doesn't use the Mesmerize. Oh, that's what this was. What we were afraid of.
No, that will work.
Oh, it will work.
Yep, it will work, and then from that he can steal the other Mind of War, and he can steal the Phoenix if he want. If he steals the Phoenix, it's a board clear.
Yeah, here you are
it's not a board clear. You cannot do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a board clear because it would steal the Phoenix, would kill the board, would kill the Mind of War, so it would come back to Caputommy. It's becoming very complicated. If this Phoenix dies the first unit of the turn, it's gonna be incredibly hard to know what's gonna happen. Because they will both have Phoenixes, they will both die, it's gonna be very hard. And this Caputommy unfortunately doesn't work. He was probably expecting the silence to bring back the unit, but it just removes the part of the text that says that it comes back to him. I'm sorry, I need to talk a bit slower. This match is very slow, I do not need to talk fast, but yeah.
Yeah, but as you viewers have noticed, even I are getting lost in all of these interactions going on right here, so...
It is very technical, these matchups. Okay, this Hourglass is not that great.
So if you're enjoying what you're seeing right now, consider picking up one of these Riskycb control lists. If you are getting lost, I would recommend the Ash one we saw last game.
It's a lot faster. And it is very good at pressuring this list as well. The Ash one. So yeah, Whammer is still not in a bad shape, but so you need also to understand that the passive of Riskycb works. The first one that gets the unit is the one with the initiative. So it is very important for the Mind of Wars. Like you saw before, the one that steals first is gonna be Whammerist, I believe. Yeah, so he's get to steal first. He cannot steal the Phoenix still. He really can't.
Because that's gonna wipe the board.
Exactly. And then Caputommy gets his own, gets to steal the Mind of War from Caputommy, that gets to steal the other Mind of War from from Whammerist. Oh, and then he gets back his units at the same time, and he gets to steal the entire board.
Jesus.
But again, if next turn Whammerist kills one, he gets to get the entire board back. It's very, very swingy, and the first one that cannot kill a Mind of War will probably lose the game.
Yeah, that looks like it's what deciding it right now. You have to kill a Mind of War while on initiative so you can steal the entire board. While off initiative, really.
He can draft a Careful Planning when he's level 6.
Ooh, that's huge.
He almost has no more cards. And he's gonna get to draw 6 cards and discard one. That's a
Yeah,
way to come back in the game for sure.
he really needed that because he doesn't have an answer for these minor wars.
Yeah, Caputommy is going all in. He knows there is no AoE, there's no wipes. So yeah, just drawing his wall deck. We're getting close to fatigue somehow. Like certain cards, not that close.
Yeah,
But,
so he found the infantry, which means that he can kill one of the minor wars.
Yeah, he also finds just another Mind of War if he wants.
Ooh.
But
No, that doesn't do anything.
that
He just
doesn't do
plays a
much.
one-mana
He has
card.
a star, or
Yeah.
a chip block there. But he also has another play. Nothing died right now. So if he really wants to, he could kill the Phoenix and start the AoE.
That leaves two of the. No, it doesn't leave two of
That
the
would
dinosaurs because.
Everything, I believe.
Right, because it's 12 damage being two phoenixes, right?
Yeah, he would just leave one Phoenix on each side. Whammerist 1 being 9/7 and Caputommy 1 being 9/1. Something to be really careful about with the Phoenix, even though we can't see it yet there. Do we have another one? No, we don't have any other ones. Is that it deals 6 damage to the thing that kills it. It could be a win condition. Like, you cannot remove it for
let's see what happened here. He wasn't able to steal enough units. So Caputommy actually has
Ooh, yeah.
16 damage.
That's a blunder. He's just gonna die.
Yep.
Oops, I guess.
Yeah, he.
This is where you emote. Oops.
Oh,
never
but
mind.
He can do that.
He has enough. I think he has to take the Phoenix. Oh no, the Phoenix not enough. Wait, taking the Phoenix.
That would just reset all of the.
Yeah, but nothing died yet. So they will also get copies of other cards, and Caputommy gets it first.
Right.
Ooh, so he survived at 1 HP there by doing that.
Yep. Yeah, that's tight.
I think he should have taken the Phoenix. I think it was time.
But if Caputommy doesn't have an answer this turn, he's going to win.
True, Whammerist can get a Phoenix now. But by doing so, he gives a Phoenix to the opponent. So if he really wants a Phoenix with this... Ooh, alright.
Isn't that just when you... He had 16 damage in the air, so he was lethal.
Yeah, he shouldn't have done it. I think he forgot. Wait. How did this work? How did Caputommy get Mind of War and not a Phoenix? When the Phoenix died first?
Even the control player is getting confused now.
Oh, it's because of the resolving queue. The resolving queue is like, you kill the unit, so the unit comes back. It's the first unit that died. But then Nefted comes and kills more stuff, which gets on top, like a unit, the other unit died, but on top of the stack. It's like MTG reverse stack.
Right.
It's
so
very
in this
complicated.
way they actually got different units.
Yeah. Which I didn't expect. Yeah, this is truly destroying a mind matchup. Like, it's very hard to understand all the interactions and to get them right.
Yeah, I would not have been able to navigate this game as well as these players have done. I would have killed some Phoenix long time ago and just blow up the board and probably lose from there.
Well, Whammerist was able to get back an F that he doesn't have anymore in his deck. So that's pretty good. And he has a huge hand when Caputommy doesn't, so...
Yeah, Caputommy only has 3 cards, so... If he's able to play this in a long game, then he might be able to take this.
Yeah, well, Whammerist also had 4 life. 7 life, sorry. So if Caputommy gets to level up and get, like, I don't know, Mind Blow, that could end the game as well. Alright, Caputommy just using his bounce to
reset the
HP because he doesn't have much else to bounce, it looks like. It's not really the best target. The best targets are obviously Phoenix or this Daredevil, which is pretty good.
So if you are Caputommy here, you have initiative next turn, and you have this Lizardep able to duel. Would you take out the airborne infantry just so that Whammer isn't able to do some shenanigans where he gets some insane value from killing something and bringing it back on both sides?
Well, the problem with this, it's like it's not bad. You get a good unit, you get 3 XP, but is it enough for you to come back when you know your opponent has another Neftet, you know your opponent is full hand?
Right.
But sometimes, what else do you kill with the Lizardep? It's very hard to answer these questions. It might be the best play to kill the infantry. It's possible. It's really hard to know, really. And yeah, Whammerist is scared of exactly probably something like burst out of nowhere, so he's healing with the starship, which is probably a really good idea.
Yeah, and he has the bounce blink effect as well, so he can get 3 starships after that, right?
Yeah, he can get
Or 2.
2 starship because I already used that once.
Yeah.
But he doesn't really need 2 starships. He can just go to 13 with 1. He probably would rather bounce like an F-Tet. Oh, and so Caputommy try to. Okay, he's setting up a Moonlight Judgment there.
Right. That's going to be 3.
Yeah.
Blasts.
It's going to be 3. And Whammerist is just setting up the blink on the Phoenix. Or maybe even the second Phoenix. So now it's awkward. Okay, Caputommy is king that. Caputommy maybe wants to grab back a Phoenix out of the next Phoenix. What did Hunter play first? Oh my god, this is so rough.
Yeah. I have a very hard time judging which player is actually ahead, because...
Yeah, here comes the Moonlight Judgment, so he gets a 7/7. But at least Whammerist didn't AoE. Like, he just played a Lizardep Soulclaimer, which is gonna get him another Lizardep Soulclaimer. Actually, 2 other. Oh my god, this matchup.
Yeah, is it possible that we might actually see someone run out of cards?
It is possible. Whammerist is only 11 cards left. He has to win before that, so he will have to put pressure, but he has it. He has quite a bit of pressure with Snapdead and stuff. But the double, like, Caputommy has a lot of life, and the double passive makes it so hard to go through, so hard. I really wonder how it will end up.
Oh, and he actually got an attack through, putting Vammer at only 3 HP.
Yep,
So
exactly. It's like, Whammer is still the one that risks to die, but with all the Lizardeps coming, it shouldn't be a problem anymore. He just needs to survive this one turn though.
Right, because he's going to have 3 Lizardeps next turn.
Ooh, and that's another consign, and we'll see what it takes, but probably he's gonna target one of the 2 cards in hand. Okay, he chooses the Lizardep, so he doesn't want Whammerist to heal back. Interesting. The second concern vote from him. Ooh, that made him draw Mind of War though.
So he can just steal another Lizardep if he wants to.
Yeah, or he could just remove a blocker and try to kill him.
Yeah, that as
I don't know. I don't know if the killing plan is really on point. When you have 3 lifesteal on the board, and they are gonna swap board, like they're gonna multiplicate. Like next turn, Caputommy is just gonna send his own into the other one, and they're both getting 1 more, and then it's gonna be 2 and 2, and then they can keep doing that, trading into each other for like ever and getting infinite HP. So Caputommy probably gonna steal it.
Exactly, he's going to...
Nope.
No?
He's
He's
going
not
for
stealing
the
it.
aggressive play.
Okay, interesting.
Which is very weird to me, because now Caputommy can just send easily that app into Minor War. Oh no, he cannot really, because he has initiative. That would mean that the one that dies is the one that gets stolen is one. So he cannot really do that. Oh my god, these boards keep like swapping completely from turn to turn.
Yeah, I'm making no predictions here. I'm just.
Yeah, I can't really make one either. Wow. That's really something that that looks weird. Oh, is he gonna kill the... Okay, he's killing the Daredevil, which is gonna come to him without being summoned. So he's gonna get to do 3 damage. Oh, never mind. Something already died.
A unit already died.
My bad. I'm too ahead of myself.
But yeah, Caputommy is more or less out of cards at this point, so that's also a factor to include.
Yeah, Whammerist is just going in now. If Caputommy doesn't have anything, it's gonna be rough.
Right. Whammer's cards aren't really that... Well, he does have a Phoenix, I guess, and he has a Thoughtbot, so he does have some powerful cards to work with.
Well, yeah, but Caputommy could just kill the Phoenix, get the Phoenix. But he chose the Mind of War, and that's a mistake. That is definitely a mistake, because he's gonna get the Mind of War first, and Caputommy is gonna get it back.
Yeah, that's the waltz. You were talking about the back and forth.
Yep, that has to be an oversight. He forgot. Like, it's been going for too long, this back and forth. I liked a lot more if he used the... Well, he's still getting one in his hand, so he can take it all back. But then he can all die. But I would have loved a lot more for Caputommy to just kill Nefted and get a Nefted in his hand. That would have cleared the board again. And right now he's so much higher in fatigue that I think his win condition, even though Whammerist is at 8 HP, that is very low. I think Caputommy's win condition is fatigue.
Yeah, I would, in Caputommy's position, try to go for that as well.
Yeah.
Because these soul claimers, this list of soul claimers, they are just renewing the player's HP so much, which each duel triggers.
Yeah, and the board is back in Caputommy's favor. I mean, the killing the board might work. Oh, but he has to take the Nefted there.
And that's gonna kill everything again, bringing it back to Bama's side.
That's gonna kill everything again. This matchup is too much. It's too much.
Yeah,
stop the madness.
I'm looking at the stream now, and I mean, even on the stream we have been, that is 15 minutes behind, we have been in this matchup.
Oh yeah, I think, I don't know where the brackets are, but those have progressed quite a bit. I think it's probably the last match we're waiting on. It is.
It seems like we have some people in chat enjoying the matchup, so that's good, I guess.
It's a pretty good match, it's very interesting. But
yeah, it's very
so complicated that the players must lose their mind there, like, it's so crazy. Reminder that it might be game 2, we're not quite sure.
And especially if you are like an aggressive player like me regularly, you don't get to experience these crazy late game interactions that often. So that's also fun.
Okay, card draw for Caputommy, that could help him. He got to choose, at this point, he might want just a big unit. We don't know what he chose. Can we know what he chose? No, we cannot know. But yeah. Now Whammerist is... Do you go in? Do you play at second Phoenix? Is the question? Or do you just want to play safe? You can't play too safe. If you play too safe, you're gonna lose. Because you're gonna run out of cards. So yeah, I like it.
Who is forced to attack and get damage in, right?
Yeah, but I really like it. He's playing the second Fennec. He's trying to go in, he's trying to end the game. I think he has to.
But this allows Caputommy to just blast it, his other Phoenix at 1 HP next turn, right? And
Well, if he does that, he loses a lot of life because
Right.
of the second part of the Phoenix again. He's gonna take 6 damage to the face.
But then also Whammer is
he
the
has a
one
lot
with
of life.
initiative.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Whammer is the one with initiative, and Caputommy just played a unit, which would allow Whammer to make the 1-drop there, the unit that both player gets.
True, he could prevent the double cat, like the kill on the Phoenix. Not prevent it, but prevent the resurrection on it.
Exactly. So maybe it would actually have been better not to play that unit.
Yeah, probably actually, because
Or kill it this
delays,
turn.
because it delays the kill on this Phoenix basically. It really delays it. But maybe Whammerist will miss it. No, Whammerist is not missing. It's like, no, my Phoenix, I keep it.
Right.
And now they get a lot of starships. And
Yeah,
Whammerist is probably pushing 18 damage.
Exactly. But this makes it much harder for Caputommy. He would have rather had the Phoenix die first, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. Like Caputommy just wants to survive. If the Phoenix die every turn and clears the board every turn, I think he's very happy.
Yeah. So playing that 1-drop might have been a mistake from Caputo's side.
Yeah, but sometimes he was like out of cards.
True.
He kind of wanted the small benefits of it. Yeah, he's even gonna bounce for more starships. He seems pretty desperate.
Yeah, but these 3 starships he generated, that's 1 attack from Undeath, so that's also quite a lot of time he's buying.
But we need to not forget, like, Whammerist has a bit of burst in hand. He has a few, and if Caputommy has no units, this starship also goes face, so... Oh, he's still killing it. Oh, that is... That is weird, actually. It's a banish. Okay, so this won't come back. The egg won't come back first next turn.
If Caputo is able to kill it.
No, because it will come back as an F-stat.
Ah, right. He needs to kill it this turn if he's going to not have it return.
Oh, he didn't get the best card there. So actually, that might just be game because this is respawning, killing the 1/1s again, so he cannot get a Phoenix again on Caputomy's side. Whammer is killing his own 1/1?
Yeah, that seems a little bit weird.
This 1 point of burst could have been important as well.
Does Whammer not want the Phoenixes to come back? That's favorable for him, isn't it?
Caputommy got the 1/3. Well, I don't know. Whammerist kind of helped him by killing his own cheap burglar. Because his plan was to try to kill it. Okay, he got the Vanishing Egg, but Caputommy has still a couple tries. He probably is trying it again, yeah. Okay, you missed the first one, but this is huge actually, this miss, because it puts the Phoenix at range of the other Phoenix respawning.
And now Whammer is playing another one of the ship burglars, the one he just killed with his own Luna Blast, so that's a bit interesting.
Very well. Maybe a misclick? Like maybe he wanted to drag the cheap burglar and grabbed on the other 1-drop instead. You know, like sometimes you play a bit fast. Because it sounds a bit weird. Okay, so it looks like he's gonna kill the egg still.
Ah, so he got the 1 out of 4 with the last starship there. That's pretty lucky.
Yeah, that's what he needed to stay in the game. Oh my god, this game is crazy. It's so crazy. Okay, now Whammer is like, I'm gonna also kill all your stuff.
Right, he can do that with the starships unless he hits face.
He might be wanting to hit face, to be honest, because with 3 more damage there. Wow, okay, Caputommy is really in desperation mode. He's looking at his top 3, trying to find something. Maybe his own Phoenix might have. He should still have Phoenixes in these 20 cards.
So he banished something, so he's setting up his next draw.
Yeah. Hopefully for him it's good enough. I didn't look at how many cards he had before, if he banished 3 cards or not.
Right, because banishing 3 would mean that he didn't find anything.
Ooh, that's... I don't like this play. First he's doing 6 damage to himself, and then he doesn't get to deal 9 damage with his attack. And...
Right.
He gets a bigger Phoenix. No, but he doesn't come back because this is at the end of turn. The egg come back at the end of turn.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was also a strange play.
Well, now he has an 11-9 though. This 11-9 could be enough to kill him. Oh, but this mills. if he gets a mill going.
Yeah, but only if it damages face, so it's gonna be take a little bit of time.
Yeah, and he's dead in 2 turns if he doesn't have anything for this Neftet.
Yep, and that's...
so he must have banished 3, right? You wouldn't keep a Restless on top.
No.
I don't think.
Well, if you find that and 2 cards you don't want, you still keep that, right? Because it's a free 1/1.
Yeah. Well, he's gonna have to find an answer now. That's his last chance.
It's 1 more draw for this turn, for this match.
Yep. Let's see. I mean, Whammer really doesn't have to play anything. Oh, he could.
Yeah, it might be that Whammer can actually kill him this turn. He has both the agile creature and the star chips. That's 6 damage.
Oh, right, it's enough.
Yeah, and 2 Luna Blast and then 11.
It is enough. You're right. He has exactly little, I believe, and enough mana. He has a ton of mana.
Yeah.
But yeah, he finds it. He sees it. Okay.
Yeah, he's going for it.
He sees it. He counted. He's like, yep, 19. Counted 3 times. Let's go.
He has to play all of the burst cards.
And it looks like Whammer got there in the end. That's a crazy match.
Oh, Jesus.
Crazy match. I'm glad we got to spectate this one.
So, is this 1-1 between these 2 players now?
We will find out in a minute. It is at least 1-1, but I'm not sure if Whammerist had a win already or not. Because we joined a bit late and it might have been the case already. But maybe not. That was such an insane match. Such a crazy one. Alright, let's go back a bit. Yeah, very crazy match. Oh wait, my light went off.
Yeah, I for sure wasn't able to keep track of everything that happened there.
There we go. Sorry.
Yeah, and it looks like it's a bit darker outside now, so I can actually pull up my window.
Yeah, it's late. Yeah, see, all the time going through. Wow, GG though, like, what a game. What a game, what a game.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy.
And let's see. It looks like it wasn't the last game. So let's go back to see Caputommy for the 3rd game. It's now 1-1, and we will see Caputommy on the same deck again. And Whammer is playing Buluk now, so much different. And we can see we got it. We got it. Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Alec. We got to see both ends, so that is amazing.
That's fantastic.
Yeah. So we can see like a swarmy Buluk, so trying to go wide, trying to go very aggressive. Not the best matchup for Buluk against a Rictic full of AoE.
Exactly. 1 lightning surge on his board can really put Buluk behind.
Yeah. But that is one of the way you can get really ahead, like you get big creatures. Unliving Belfry, buffing the creatures that come back from the grave, very very strong. Works very well with this little 1/1 that comes back when it does the first time, becoming a 3/3, and then you can buff it even more. You can buff the Belfry. This is the way you get going against a Rictic. You get out of the AoE range.
Right, because now the 4-mana deal 2 won't actually reach the important creatures.
Yep. So yeah, Caputommy doesn't have much choice. He's trying to wear down the units with a Starship, and he misses and goes face, which is always painful.
That hitting face was kind of big.
Yep. Very huge. Whammer is pretty good spot. This card staying on the board can be insanely scary. Like,
that's what. Belfry is really the card that turns the undead Bullock deck on.
Yeah, if it sticks. It doesn't stick that often, but when it does work. And we can see that he has a few ways to bring back things.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you like the Dreamwaker over the Hydra here? And it seems like Caputommy did.
Yeah, I think I do. I don't like the Hydras in general. I think they're pretty mediocre.
Yeah.
Like, they're very slow.
They are
also slow, but at least it removes something from the end of your opponent instantly. So it does something. When the Hydra doesn't do something when it comes. Yeah, and we can see that the cannon trail is not the most useful in this kind of matchups when the opponent often has 1-drops.
Exactly, it's effectively only draining 1 mana from your opponent, and that's not very strong. I think that the control deck often wants more value out of their creatures.
Yeah, definitely wants more, but at the same time, you take what you can at this point. Like, you get a creature, you still remove a bit of mana from your opponent, you kind of take it. But Whammer is starting to get very huge board. He did give a 1/1 to Duelist that comes back to Rictic, so it's a bit scary. I'm not sure he wanted to actually do that. And he's losing stats on the Belfry as well. I think Whammer might be a bit impatient there. I'm not sure these plays are quite to its benefits.
But at the same time, that puts the Belfry in Lightning Surge range, so...
Exactly, that's why I'm not sure he wanted to attack with his Belfry. I think you want to preserve it forever.
Like, exactly. Just have it sit back, be an enchantment kind of deal.
Yeah. So now Whammer really needs to see this AoE coming. Like, if he makes a 1/1 with the Ekingdorf's draft, but he has to send his Juster in the other Juster if he wants to play around AoE.
Yeah.
I guess it works also to send it on the trail, to play around bounces on the trail. That's kind of okay.
Yeah, but what Whammer really doesn't, like, he can't play any more units right now, or he's going to get destroyed by this Lightning Surge.
I think Whammer knows that. We can see he started with the Duelist. He's probably gonna wait more. If Caputommy cannot pass, if Caputommy just passes, Whammer is also just gonna pass and slam in the face.
And creating a token with a 1/2 is kind of free as well, right?
Yeah, that's why. Like, he has a lot of time to gain clicking his. Oh, but he chose to play a 2/3. Playing a 2/3 is okay.
Yeah, that survives.
But
so is this when you pull the trigger?
Like
is this good enough?
I think it should be. Like, I think it's gonna trade in a 5/2 exactly, and then Lightning Surge, just setting it up because you cannot use it after.
Right.
So Whammer should know he should pass.
Yeah, let's just hope he doesn't play any more units here.
He has Recover the Pass in his list, Whammerist. So he could get back his to 5 mana there. But I think what he really wants to do is pass, wait his bot to die, and just Lesser Race dead. Get back. Yeah. Get back his Belfry and probably one of his 1-drop.
Like, he doesn't have any reason to commit more right now.
Exactly. Yeah, and so he did. He passed.
Yeah.
Caputommy has to press the trigger, he cannot wait anymore. Yeah. Here it is.
And there we say the entire board is clear.
And Whammerist is just making a new board. That's really the plan though with Bullock. You know, these AoE are gonna come, you need to be ready for them. Okay, he's gonna make a bigger board. He's gonna play the 1-drop before, so that he buffs the card that come back.
Yeah, so this looks pretty strong. Whammer is gonna be in a good position next turn, but the question is it good enough? Or is Caputommy able to just remove everything again?
Well, he has no more card in hand, Whammerist, but Caputommy right now doesn't have any AoE in his hand. So, we'll see. Now, we can start seeing that the huge Belfry is gonna hugely buff more and more. So, Caputommy is in trouble. Like, he needs to not die soon, like fast. Like this Belfry getting a permanent buff that stays even in the graveyard was absolutely huge.
Yeah.
And Whammerist just drew another lesser race dead, which is like the last insurance he needed.
Another lesser race. Oh yeah, that's pretty huge. So is he going to pop all of the starships, just hoping to hit the right units, or what is even your options here?
I don't know. I don't know what else he can do. Yeah, it looks like he just blasted away with the judgment, but
yeah, this is gonna hurt.
This is little on board, so it's not enough.
He might even be dead this turn.
Yeah, I think he is.
This is interesting.
I don't think he has any ways out.
So I guess this is the power of the Bullock list, right? We were.
Yep. Belfry not dying. Belfry going on 2 and not dying. This is not enough. This is still 15 damage in 2
Yeah,
units.
this is 15.
This is a good hit, but this is not enough.
We were skeptical going in about the Bullock list, but
yeah,
this is
it pulled it off. Whammerist doing it there.
Yeah, this is the turn after a sweeper, so I mean.
Whammerist saying we spend 25-30 minutes on game 1, even longer than that. Where you're dying turn 6 this time. Not again. He's saying not again. And yeah. Looks like he's doing it. After this crazy match too. Yeah, Caputommy is playing it. He's playing for the sake of playing, but.
Yeah, but he's dead.
He knows.
Oh my god, that was. I'm really impressed by that bullet place right there.
Yeah, crazy how fast it was. Really strong, and the power of Belfry buffing the 1-drops.
Right, I am used to Bullock just being out after a wipe like that, but.
Yeah. Congratulations to Whammer and Caputommy. Maybe next time, because they were really impressive matches.
Yeah.
Them, like very crazy. So
well played from both players.
Yep.
For sure.
GG to them.
And really impressive performance in the Bullock deck on round 3, I think, from Whammer there.
Yeah.
So cheers.
And Whammer is advanced to face FrozenEarth now, so congrats to him and good luck in the following. And we might try to go a bit on the other side of the bracket, because we stay stuck forever there. And we actually have a first semi-final starting with Emptyfolder and Shadowknight. So
Emptyfolder and Shadowknight.
2 players I don't really know. So let's go.
Yeah, so Shadowknight is one of the newer players in this bracket. He joined our Discord in relation to the Steam release and has been here since then, I think. And Emptyfolder is an alpha player, right?
He might be. I'm not sure. I wasn't. And I know it looks like we're joining. I'm sorry. I need to drink.
Yeah, we are joining just as Shadowknight took a loss there from Emptyfolder's Sacrifice Permo deck, it looks like. So let's hope that was game 1 or game 2 and that there is a game 3 to watch. And let's hope that Shadowknight brings that Kyung mid deck again, because I'm interested to see people get that hero working.
sorry. I think I'm back. I'm back. My voice just got a bit weird. Yeah. Since it was so long, it's possible that it's actually over, but maybe not. No, it looks like it was on the last game at least.
Okay, nice.
So yeah.
So this is a strong deck from Emptyfolder, right? That we haven't seen yet. This is the curved hat.
Yeah, this is another more control list, even though it's faster than the. It's not always faster. Let's take a look at what he actually has. If it's faster or slower. If I can find him real quick. So yeah, he has quite a bit of late game, but not as much as some of the lists we've seen before. So he's trying to just curve early, like have high HP unit and get this XP going, get the rewards, until he can get this huge power play late game.
Right. But it doesn't really look like he was able to curve nicely this game, but at the same time he's not really getting punished for that, because Shadowknight is playing Rictic.
Yeah.
And he's not putting a ton of pressure on him.
Yeah, Rictic early game is having a lot of trouble contesting these 3 HP units. He cannot really contest the XP of that, and he has to deal with Beep and Bop, which deals damage to them when they play action. So you usually are behind on XP when you play Rictic against that early game. But then you can start really coming back, especially when you start playing Hourglass. That just gives you the full levels back. But it looks like this Rictic is not as controlly. It's Fairy Pod Rictic, so it's probably gonna try to take the board a bit more, and these fairies can really do a lot of work by themselves because of flying.
Oh, but it might be taken here by the Lost Cause.
Yeah, that's probably a pick of choice, but there are other picks. Yeah, Moonlight Calling, very scary as well. Like, it shuffles cards in your deck, but it also puts the one you want in play, and they're all very strong. All of them have very powerful effects.
Yeah, and Emptyfolder has a lot of ways of dealing with these 2-1 flyers that Pod will start to produce, right?
Yeah, he has all these 4 flat frogs that have leaps, so they can block flying, and then he will have AoE a bit later down the line.
Right.
So
when he feels that enough is enough, you had your fun with all of your little fairies.
Yeah.
He's gonna play the Earthquake.
He's probably gonna wait on it though. It's kind of his only way to kill the Fairy Pod. Oh, but Shadowknight top decked another Moonlight Calling.
But he's playing it with only one
mode active, yeah.
Exactly, so the question is that good enough?
And the other question is, what does it choose there? Like, which unit?
Fire, no... Yeah...
It chooses the Flyer, Indian.
Exactly.
This one, it gives you Luna Blast when a Misemi deals damage, but it won't deal damage there.
Exactly. He might have missed the Ambush Leap from the 4-flat frog.
And Empty is doubling down on it, even giving it a skeleton inside when it dies. No, Shadowknight saw it after, at least after, I decided not to. Maybe he's just trying to put more pressure through flying units, and just wants to start overwhelming him.
Yeah, but if I were in Shadowknight's position, I would probably have preferred to just wait on that calling until you could get 3.
His hand was pretty empty though. I mean, he could have played the Nidra, but it didn't do much. Shuffling the other units in your deck, you need to remember that it also reduces their cost. So they all will cost 4 in the deck. And if he plays another Moonlight Calling, by for example recalling it, they're gonna get reduced again.
Right.
So that might be his plan, to get really cheap, really strong unit in his deck, and to get them later. He's playing a Lizard Channeler as a 1-drop. He just wants his XP, it looks like. Emptyfolder is making all of his board resilient to AoE, so that when he plays his Rambling Earthquake, it's just gonna get to to blow up Shadowknight completely by keeping his own
seems
board.
like Shadowknight need to prioritize to remove that band.
Yeah, looks very scary there. Like the flying units are not going through.
Yeah, Fall Flat Frog is really good at standing in the way. I have found when I'm playing pod against a Fall Flat Frog, I'm just attacking into it every turn because
you have to go through.
Yeah, you need to get that thing out of the way.
It's very strong and very, very annoying to deal with. I mean, there was answers, but like as Rictic, you can just kill the frog. But since it has rebound, it's like there's so many things to. You don't want to deal with it. You just don't. And yeah, Emptyfolder buffing, giving skeletons to everything. It's kind of crazy that Shadowknight has no answers at all. And
yeah, he is playing Rictic, so you would expect him to have some removal at hand, but...
Well, he's gonna get level 3 and get 1. And I think like Shadowknight is just waiting for Nefted, but Nefted's not gonna be enough. Because of these skeletons that are all gonna come back.
Yeah, well, it will mitigate the additional value that Empty would have gotten from his Earthquake, but still not a great position to be in.
Yep.
That
being said, Shadowknight still has a big board. Like he's not out of the game for sure. But the Veil Mother and card like that are gonna start coming. And the Veil Mother is very scary.
Yeah, that card is just going to sit on the board and do its thing, and there's nothing you can do about it.
I mean, it looks like Shadowknight couldn't even deal with a 3-2 that makes skeletons. So...
Yeah. At least if it was 6 HP, it would die to an effort, but at 7, it doesn't even die to that.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't know. It looks like there's not gonna be much of an answer to this Veil Mother. But is Emptyfolder scared as one, maybe? He saw the From the Dark go already to just kill his flyer. But he's gonna respect it. He has, to be honest, this value on the Fallout was pretty insane.
Yeah.
Killing almost
but here
everything.
comes the follow-up with... Oh, but he only got 2 of them, so that's not too bad.
Yeah, but now he cannot really attack into this Hydra that's gonna kill everything. Right,
and Shadowknight could even ping it himself with the Luna Blast he got there.
Oh, yeah, he has Electrocute though. I forgot, I didn't pay attention. He could just one-shot it, which is very good for him. That being said, his board is way less resilient to AoE now. Yeah, he only has this thing that creates a skeleton.
That looked really bad for Shadowknight, but with the information we have that Emptyfolder can wipe the board so many times. Yeah, I was gonna say it still looks okay for Shadowknight, but then I rethought that thought and I'm like, no, okay.
Oh well, that's good help. That's good help. But that's gonna mean Emptyfolder is gonna pull the trigger on this Veil Mother.
Yep.
Like he's gonna use, because Shadowknight is gonna use all of his mana on that.
That's going to mitigate both of the units that is going to be coming from this. And he's choosing the Elfie plus Oak mode, and that is pretty good because these 2 units combo with each other.
Yeah, but again, this gets broke by the fall flat. So I'm not quite sure. Here we go. The Veil Mother hits the board. He gets to choose a unit to put in his grave. Probably gonna remove one of the bad units in his deck. Unless he has Graveyard Recursion. Yeah, he just removed one of the 2-drop. Which he made, by the way.
Oh, look at that.
Yep.
It's the first gold frame we're seeing this tournament.
Is it? I'm not quite sure. I didn't pay attention to it. It's possible, though.
It's a real nice frame.
And then... yeah, the Veil Mother is now gonna start bringing back everything, so...
Right, so what does this card do exactly? Can you bring up the Well Mother on large for us?
So...
because this is an important card.
Yeah, so when it comes into play, he gets to choose a unit from deck and put it in your grave, and then every turn he gets to kill 2 things and bring them back. It it doesn't sound like a that strong effect, but it's like the blinks we've seen from the Rictic against Rictic. They can have really good value. They can remove blocker from the opponent because units when they come into play cannot block. And then it's also untargetable and deadly, so it's just very powerful overall.
Right. So what is Shadowknight working with here? He has 2 legendary cards in his hand, I can see. That's one Nefet, and it's another Calling, right?
Yes, it's the calling he got back from the Recollect, so it will get banished once it's played. But it is there. It's able to be played. He could have a huge board there, but I'm not sure that's really what he wants to do. He's in a scary position.
Yeah, and this Earthquake is looking worse and worse for Emptyfolder because that's going to remove his own Veiled Mother if he chooses to buy that off.
It feels like he doesn't need to Earthquake yet though.
No,
like he's ahead, but he might be forced to if this Moonlight Calling brings 3 more of these units.
Yeah, but then he doesn't really have a lot of advantage left because Veiled Mother is really what is putting him ahead in this game, I feel like.
Yeah, I think Shadowknight could go for a huge board. Oh, or could go for AoE.
He's going to just wipe everything but this Veiled Mother.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Okay, that's actually not that bad because he knows that Emptyfolder doesn't have good answer to Neftet. That is one of the big problem of green. They don't have like silences. They don't have things like that. They could have exhaust a unit forever, but that is weak to bounces again, like and card like this. So yeah, for example there, he gets with his Veil Mother, he gets to bounce his Fall Frog forever and create a skeleton every time.
Right, because that buff that he gave the Fall Flat Frog with the band earlier is actually permanent.
Yep, it is permanent and stays. Ooh, and he actually drafted a demon art that allows him to just deal with the Neftet. And now his board is so huge. Shadowknight needs something to deal with it. But they all have wards thanks to the level up. Thanks to the level up of that. Very, very strong level up. Probably one of the strongest level up in the game for level 4. Probably the best one.
Also one of the wordiest.
Yeah, a lot of wards. But basically, it protects your board from everything. And it has overrun. And it gives overrun to things when it dies. So that's a lot of things in one card. A lot of power.
Yeah.
And yeah, Shadowknight has to use Navi to just remove the wards. He has no choice. And not only does he have no choice, but he has nothing else to do with it.
Yeah.
And he concedes. He sees no way out.
Sweeper from the other turn was pretty huge on putting Emptyfolder ahead, and it was a sweeper from Shadowknight's side by playing the Nefet, so
yeah,
a little bit of a questionable play there, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, it wasn't that bad. Like the 2 lines had benefits. Like playing the Neftet put him at risk of getting to removal like this, but like I said, green doesn't have that much of it. Like without the draft, it would have been hard to remove this this Neftet.
Yeah, that's true.
So yeah, interesting match for sure. Emptyfolder gets it right. Was it Emptyfolder? Yep. Yeah, and
looks like it.
GG to both players. I think it was. Oh wait.
So Emptyfolder is now in the finals, right?
I can check that right away. Let me check where we are with the bracket. So yeah, Emptyfolder is now in the finals. We also have the third place match to come later, but we're gonna go back and we're gonna go look at a bit of TheSquakawaker versus Vmnunes that already started. Vmnunes is 1-0. We didn't see him yet because we got stuck on other matches, right? So let's go look at him real quick.
Right, so here we go. This is TheSquakawaker back on the
Okay.
Ash deck.
That's completely different. We've been like stuck in the control matchups, and now we have aggro against aggro. That's
Double Ash.
your time to shine.
Yes, this is my territory. This is where I feel. But this is actually not a mirror match, because I happen to know that Vmnunes is playing a lot of these Dunewalkers in his deck.
Yep.
And they have a little bit of a different angle on Ash aggro than the more curve tempo-like version that TheSquakawaker is running.
It's almost like Vmnunes made all of the Dunewalkers.
Yeah, we're gonna see a lot of golden frames in this matchup.
Yep. Vmnunes like them a lot. I played him quite a few times with this deck, I believe, maybe, or a similar version. And when it gets going, it's very hard to stop all these agiles that gives benefits to all the other agiles with one attack all the time. It can be very hard to stop. And TheSquakawaker, she's just going for burst and try to kill this way.
Yeah,
It
it
looks
like
to be behind by quite a bit.
Exactly what I was going to say. It looks like Vmnunes is the one in the driver's seat in this matchup right now. TheSquakawaker is only at 6 HP, so she's going to be dead to
this attack.
Yeah.
Well, Vmnunes doesn't have that much in end, but this marksman could be enough.
Yeah, but at the same time he has the double mesmerize, so TheSquakawaker will have a very hard time to actually get a unit to stick and get through here.
Yeah, it looks like TheSquakawaker needed a Moonlight Calling to get rid of the Born.
Exactly.
If she wanted a chance.
Yeah, Moonlight's Calling here would have been huge. That would maybe even have won TheSquakawaker the game, so...
Yeah, she's forced to play the frog to defend. Forced to stay on the defensive, and
Vmnunes
answering with a Dark Call to prevent just a blocker.
Yeah. But he's going to be able to mesmerize the frog and go for 5 damage here.
Yep.
There it is.
He sees it, and this is looking very grim for TheSquakawaker. Because now, thanks to the Dunewalker, she cannot even block. So she has to have removal of some other ways.
Yeah. One top deck judgment here would still be huge, but...
Well, Recollect should be... Oh, well.
Yeah, there's the thought bolt off the top.
I was gonna say Recollect should also be the game by just going to grab back a Luna Blast.
Oh, it actually looks like TheSquakawaker was hit by a judgment earlier in the game. That might explain why she was behind.
Yeah, it looks like we joined a bit late, but it was also fast mashup. And it looks like Vmnunes.
Yeah, Vmnunes is proceeding.
So Vmnunes getting to semifinals. We already did one semifinal of the side of the bracket that went very fast. But now we're on the side of the bracket again that were a lot slower. So
right.
So we are gonna go back into Whammerist matchups. Like we're gonna go back to see Whammerist. He's against FrozenEarth now, and we'll see where they're at.
So let's see, what is Frozen bringing to this tournament?
So
let me see if I can find him. There he is. He has a D-Hat list and a Bullock list. He's all in on the Spirit.
Yep, but the two lists are very different. One is actually plants, so that's very interesting. And it looks like that's what he's playing right now.
Right.
So I have really little experience with that actually.
Yeah, it's
but look at that.
It's a 6/5 Belfry, so every time something comes back from the graveyard now, they're going to be huge units.
So it looks like he used a big axe on it. Yeah, this one.
Right.
To make it that big.
And this was
but FrozenEarth has to kill this. It cannot leave this to live. Like.
Yeah. Luckily, they have the gun with wind in hand.
I think the double block is more, it's more likely to happen. You still give 2 XP because to Whammerist because he gets to kill 2 things. But at the same time, I don't think he had much of a choice. The rest of Whammerist hand is gonna destroy him though, because it's gonna be another Belfry into a laser race that
man.
brings a Belfry and something. Oh,
Yeah,
I guess
this
there's
looks-
only a Belfry in the grave though.
This looks really rough for the plant player. And
The Storm Regent could give him some board presence, but is it gonna be enough?
no, I don't think so. The Belfries are just going to make the board ridiculously large for the cheap mana that Whammer is paying for these units.
Yeah, FrozenEarth even has to use Gun on the Wind on the 8/7 one drop. That was how big this thing was.
Yeah.
Okay, so
And,
FrozenEarth has a lot of value though, because he's gonna try to find AoE probably, because he just used another pilgrimage after already using one, so this wisdom is gonna give him the next wisdom next turn.
yeah, but I'm looking at his list here, and he's not running any AoE, so
Oh really?
no.
Oh, he's not. Well, it's
Because
gonna
that's
be
what
very hard to
really-
come back from that.
Yeah, that's really what could have saved him here. Having an earthquake or a fallout.
Yeah, Fallout was enough, but unfortunately, if he doesn't have any, it's not
Yeah,
gonna be enough.
Gonna be it looks really rough to come back from this spot.
Yeah, I really wonder. I'm looking at the deck list, and is there anything that works in there? The Darwing Deluges are not enough. Infected Potato, it's not gonna save him. Yeah, I think he's kind of toast. Like, this board from Whammerist is just gonna grow bigger, and Whammerist knows there's no AoE. He has a deck list.
Right, so he can just commit as much as he wants against this plant deck.
Yeah, that's very scary for him, but I don't think he has any ways to come back from it. Like, what can he do? He's drawing more answers, but maybe if he makes a lot of strawberries with a regretful shopper.
But all of these cards cost so much mana, he doesn't really have time for all of these plant shenanigans he wants to do.
Yeah, look at this. Look how big it is.
Yeah.
4
it's
in 7.
ridiculous. And remember, the players are only at 6 mana, and the Bullock deck is able to produce these huge units.
Yeah, well, not gonna lie, these 2 ends we've witnessed by him have been pretty premium, and I don't think you do that every game. But when you do, wow, it's impressive.
It looks like you almost have to hard mulligan for the Belfries in this deck, right?
Yeah, it's one of the best cards, and you need it to not be answered as well. It's also something you really need to play around when you play against such Bullock decks. Is like, if you have initiative on 2 and you have an answer for Belfry, sometimes you can't. You have to pass.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like, Whammer is just passing initiative, saying, "Show me what you got," and FrozenEarth showing what he's got, and it's not enough.
It's an exhausted unit that's not going to affect the board this turn.
Yeah. This is very strong and very scary. All out aggression, very fast. I wonder, I do not know what's the score of these guys, but yeah, and these things are coming back at 16-7. But I know they've been playing for a while, so I don't think this was their first game, is what I was trying to say.
Oh, you think that it is either 1-1 or 2-0 by now?
Yeah. I'm not sure. I'm not sure yet. We're gonna see exactly. But wow. GG. That's really impressive and very scary. This Bullock's out. Wow.
Really good job by Whammer there, taking this Bullock list so far, and that crazy control matchup the other round.
Yeah, He's been through some matches. It's like, okay, I'm late. Now I need to go fast with my Buluk, and he's zooming through the brackets and trying to get to these finals. It looks like.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it turns out against Vmnunes next round, because that's also a very, very good player.
Yep.
He's up against.
Did they finish their matches or not? FrozenEarth in the Discord mid-match saying, "Wait, do I even have Fallout in my deck?" Realizing he doesn't have AoE.
Yeah.
Might have been another side there.
But is there another game between Frozen and one to
I'm checking.
watch?
I was trying to check on the Discord, but I guess I could just check in game. Would have been much better. Yeah, it looks like actually they have more games.
Okay, so it's game 3. Sweet.
Or maybe game 2. I'm not quite sure. That's what I was trying to fish in the Discord.
Ah, I see.
It looks like we swapped completely of matchups. We have a different list though, like I think it's less focused around Belfry from FrozenEarth. Oh no, it's called, his deck is literally called Only Belfry is Broken. So, yeah, you have it.
He's definitely trying to get advantage from that card.
That's a different, but look, that's the difference between the good Buluk player and the great Buluk players. He didn't draw Belfry. No, I'm just kidding, of course.
Yeah, but at the same time, Whammer isn't really presenting anything to stand in FrozenEarth's way.
Yeah, well, this Moonlight Judgment is gonna stand in his way.
That's true. That Moonlight is going to be pretty huge. If he hits it the turn Frozen is playing his 4-drop, the commander, he's going to get 3 extra Luna Blastias from that as well.
Yeah, I'm wondering if... Oh, well, I was gonna say, I'm wondering if Frozen wants to play it, and apparently he did.
Yeah, this turn is going to be huge by Whammer, and
that's gonna be a blowout, yep.
I have a hard time seeing FrozenEarth coming back from this.
Yeah, getting 5 pings that early.
Yeah. That's just absurd.
That's a small end of 13 cards.
Hey, GTAD, we have for the 73rd time confirmed that your card is broken.
Yeah, it's been nerfed as well.
Yeah.
But it's a cool card. Yeah, he's gonna have to discard. Whammerist is gonna have to discard a bit there. And yeah, just getting rid of some Luna Blasts. He says 3 are enough. He doesn't even want to get rid of all these big expensive Hourglass, which are not that expensive. And FrozenEarth still has the board, but not for long.
Yeah, Whammer has a Lightning Surge in hand, so he can just remove everything again if he needs to.
He might not even necessarily want to do it yet. He might want to wait. So yeah, because now that he cleared the first time, he could just start pinging things, like just trying to prevent 3 attackers, instead of just blowing up the board, because blowing up the board leaves 5 mana full for FrozenEarth to just play things. So yeah, that's what he's starting to do, just ping in.
Exactly. I would expect Whammer to just wait for him to commit more to the board, and then search when he has more or less no cards in hand.
Yeah. So now FrozenEarth committed. Like, he played the 5-4. That's a commit. That's what Whammerist was waiting on. And he can decide if he wants to blow the board or just play other things. And I do think playing other things is just better. Not quite sure about this one though. I guess he wants to add 1 ping on it, but
yeah,
it was also one of the better targets to block with Buluk, with Ghoul, because then you get 3-1-1 at attack, even though it is not that big of a deal when you are playing Drictic. So now Whammerist could just value block. No, he's playing safe. Like, he could have value blocked the 1-1 to try to get more value, but that is very greedy and could be punished by some hands. We know that FrozenEarth doesn't have much in his hand, but Whammerist doesn't know that. I really wonder. I think Whammer is just too far ahead already.
Yeah, that's what I think as well. Like, this time we're not seeing this explosive comeback with the Belfries and the lesser race dead from the Bullock. And that just means that they are so far ahead after this board wipe.
Yeah, and it's not stopping. They have more in stock if they need. And have all the late game coming soon. Like usually Lizatep Soul Claimer just ends it.
Right, because it gains so much HP for the control player.
Yep. And there's a raise dead, but no Belfry. That's really not what you want to see. You really want your Belfries.
And I mean, this isn't bad, but
it's gonna get AoE'd again. Yep.
Exactly. It's just gonna get removed once again.
And Rama is sitting very comfortably.
Yeah, now it's 2 cards against 6, and
the 2 cards are not very good.
Exactly. So this looks like it's going to be a slow but convincing victory from Bammer this game.
Yeah, it's scary for Vmnunes. So that would be the second match for him, right?
Yep. We just saw him win with the bullet deck the turn before, so he should be advancing.
Yep. I don't know. What does Frozen add in the deck that could come back? You would need more of these lesser raised deads, which is a very strong card. But
Exactly.
even this wouldn't be enough.
He needs to play cards which generates more cards for him, like just the single one that he played. So like the Pilgrimage and the lesser raised deads. But even with those cards, I'm not sure that the cards he's getting from that is strong enough to survive the late game from Richter control.
He has a Riven on that arm that can come back every turn from the grave at least. So that is something.
That is something, yep.
But probably not enough. Again, like Rick casts jump blockers, he can wait comfortably and then start getting his Lizatep, start having airborne infantry to kill things, and even at some point, if he gets to play this Cosmic Observer, there is no comeback at all. So Whammerist doesn't really have anything to do, so he's just trying to snipe units. So I think that's what he's doing, he's just like, I don't have anything to do with his mana. He's probably gonna silence the Reunited Arm so that he cannot come back anymore. And that is very scary. Maybe he wants to keep it for a Belfry, but at this point I don't think Belfry is even scary.
No, just taking out the effect from the 5/4 is effectively killing it for good, so
yeah,
that looks like a good option.
Okay, he just wants to kill it. He doesn't care. He wants to keep his silence, I guess, for a Belfry.
Yeah, and I'm gonna have to go for just a second. I'll be right back.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it looks like Whammerist is in very commanding position. FrozenEarth getting level 3. Maybe this draft can find him something. For example, discarding his hand sounds like a great strategy, and he probably won't pick that. The Charmer is not that bad at giving value over time, but I'm not sure FrozenEarth really has the time right now. Maybe he just wants a repick. Yeah, he wants to pick again. He wants to open the portal to try to choose again. And here he comes. Whammer is just slamming the big drop like he doesn't care. So yeah, let's see. But I don't see. I really tried. I'm really trying to think about the solution, but maybe he has a way with everything bread. That would really surprise me. He finds something to stop that type of soul claimer for a while, but this just dies to the airborne infantry next turn. He might have to still just play it. Like if he lets this soul claimer get kills, he might lose. Okay, he's trying to get the attack in right now, seeing that he can play the Sneguroshka next turn. So pretty proud of how I said that. So he still has pretty scary attacks with the +1 attack. Maybe he has a shot. Whammerist just lost like so much life. That is the power of the level 3. Wait, this is a level. This is a 5/5 Belfry, thanks to the Riskycb Overseer. That could do something. Wait a minute. How does Whammerist survive this attack?
Is Frozen getting back into this game?
Well, yeah, it looks like it. Like, how does Whammerist stopping that?
Like he has 7 mana and a Thought Bolt, so he at least he survives.
He did use this on a unit to that exhausted his
yeah, to unlock the Soul Claimer.
But he couldn't really afford to do that, is what I wanted to say, because of all his attackers, this was exhausted. This just got played.
Right, but now he has removal.
Yeah, but he's dying. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, exactly. There it comes.
Okay.
And then he has initiative next turn to do the 6 points of life bond.
He had it all under control. I was panicking for no reasons.
Yeah, it looked a little bit scary there for a moment.
Yeah. I forgot to comment levels up as well for 5/5 duelist, which will help tremendously. And this 5/5 Belfry is cool, but it's not gonna be enough. There is nothing to bring back. You would need a lesser raise there to go with it.
Yeah.
But Whammerist is also ready for it. So.
Exactly. But Belfry lesser raised that, I mean, it's a strong play.
I mean, he's ready. He's ready for Belfry, but he's not ready for 5/5 Belfry. Because the Belfry got buffed by the Herald of the Overseer.
Yeah, but this is also a very, very strong play from the...
He's drawing 4 cards. Oh, 7 mana Nefted. Probably he won't see play. Oh, he could see play next turn actually. Because this is the way to end the game. Like against his legs, you just drop a Nefted and you attack 2 or 3 times, and try to end it this way. Just healing the Lizard Tap. One of very strong play as well. Like banishing at Lizard Tap is so strong to just get
to reset the HP.
Yeah, just to reset the HP. And usually, like for example, he would also have resetted the exhaust that we got a bit earlier on it, or similar effects. So
yeah, so this is the last card from FrozenEarth.
Yeah, it's his last effort, and it's gonna get AoE again.
Yeah, and, another lightning surge. He's just gonna just be the nail in the coffin in this matchup.
Yeah, he might even steal the Belfry first. Yep, stealing the Belfry, clearing the board, attacking with 9. This looks completely over.
Here's the lightning surge in 3, 2, 1.
Does he have a Moonlight Calling? No. Moonlight Calling would have been much better. But ultimately would have the same result, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, and then he can even afford to go to level 5. I don't think FrozenEarth can do anything.
Yeah, so as we have progressed here, we have seen Whammer, a new player, progress all the way to the semifinals.
Yeah, you've shown very impressive decks.
Yep, I'm excited.
I really want to see what's gonna give. But it's not done yet. Reminder, it's not even the semi-finals yet, right? Or is it? Wait. No, it is not the semi-finals yet. It still has to go through Vmnunes after that.
Yeah. Aha, okay. Yeah, right.
So that's very interesting. And very scary for Vmnunes. This deck that Whammer has been very dominating with them. Congrats to him. He's in the semifinals.
Yep. So how are you feeling with how is the format working out? The 2 decks compared to the 3 decks? Are you seeing any difference in how people are playing and how the tournament is shaping up?
We can see that some of the matchups are would be way more hurt if there was a ban, for example. Like, I really want to go back to 3 deck 1 ban, but this first tournament after Steam release, a lot of new players, really wanted to make it a bit more accessible, so needing to have one less list helps that. So that's why we went away from the 1 ban for this one. But I would really like to go back to 3 list 1 ban and still best of 3. And then maybe find a better way to ban, because the way we did bans was not very fair. It was pretty arbitrary who was the first player to ban. So maybe find another way to get the bans to resolve simultaneously, for example. So yeah. Yeah, I like it though. I like Conquest a lot more than Last Hero Standing. I know the players don't all like Conquest, but I like it personally because I think it brings more variety, and for streaming it's also better. So.
Yeah, what I personally felt with this format was that with no bans, you are certain that you're going to get to play the decks you bring. So that was kind of exciting in planning out the deck.
Yeah.
But at the same time, of course, if there are any potentially broken or too strong decks, there is no way of really protecting yourself from that. So.
Well, yeah, I think there's also very interesting strategy into bans, like maybe less, like a lot more strategy into what you're bringing, because you can bring then a matchup that loses to something by saying that you're just gonna ban it every time.
Right.
So even though the meta is not super developed in collective yet, it's still something that could happen pretty consistently, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Vmnunes and Whammerist are getting ready. Whammer is probably taking a small break after all these matches. That makes sense, and yeah. Hopefully they start soon.
Are there any favorite deck of yours that we have seen so far?
Well, I mean, might be first with a Riskycb control deck on the ladder. That might give you a small clue about what deck I like. But yeah, we did see the Kyungmi at the start. Unfortunately, it seems like it didn't do that well.
Yeah, how far did he get with the Kyungmi?
He lost on the second round.
Second round, yeah.
A Cavadol.
That's a list I would like to play around with as well. Looked like it had some potential.
Yeah, well, yeah, for sure, but we also kind of knew it was a bit weak. With the buff coming, it might be very interesting. Very interesting. I really want to see what we'll end up having with her. So yeah.
Yeah. So now we are waiting for the next match to start between Vmnunes and Whammer, right?
Exactly. Whammer said he was restarting his computer, so I think we could take a small break ourselves too, for like 2 small minutes if you want. Grab a drink, try to not die talking too much, and stay hydrated. And yeah, you can be back in a few minutes if you want. Alright, I'm gonna swap screen and we'll be back in a few minutes. And we're back for the semifinals. Vmnunes against um, Whammerist, and I think they just started. So let's jump right in. Oh yeah, we might have missed a few turns with a small break, but we also need a small break sometimes.
Yeah, we're on turn 4, it seems like, with another Rictic control mirror here.
Yeah, so we might be there for a while. We saw Whammerist's list already, but did we see much of Vmnunes? Oh yeah, Vmnunes' list was more focused with fairy pods and such. So a bit more on the aggressive side.
Yes. I'm gonna get it up real quick and have a look at it. Yeah, Fairy Pod seems to be the big difference in the lists.
Yeah,
but then again, it dies kind of easily to all of the AoE from the opposing Rictic player.
But we can see that Vmnunes found a Whims of Fate and it's like, I don't like this and let's just find another one.
Exactly, because what do that really do here? Playing a Whims of Fate in that position, it just resets the hands and that's it?
really just changes Vmnunes' hand. Must have not liked what he had and decided gonna go for something else. It seems like he didn't get much better. To be honest, I think he had very similar, but he has a bit more draw, maybe like some with the scout and for later the careful playing. So
yeah, there is going to be a lot of draw steps before we get into the crucial late game. Maybe what he was looking for are the hourglass. It seems like they are very important.
Yeah, yeah, that's probably what he was trying to get, or maybe removing them from the open as well. It seems like none of them have it, so it might be a bit different, because if nobody has the hourglass, there's actually ways to kill your opponent before they get level 5. Right. Like with Phoenixes, with Pod, even though unlikely because of all the AoE in these decks, it and is potentially possible.
Also the one finding the hourglass off the top first will have quite a bit of advantage, right?
Yes, if he finds it fast enough, like because they're gonna level up soon, and then he needs to find it quickly after the level up, so that it's not like that the natural XP gain doesn't just overthrow it for a while. So there are timings where the hourglass is much better. But usually after level 3, if you can get it for like at least 5 XP, it's definitely worth doing. So but again, if Vmnunes is gonna start ramping a bit, that's something. Whammerist doesn't have this ramp, it looks like right now. But really, yeah, it doesn't do much, this ramp.
So why is he not opting to play the pod as early as possible here?
Because he's suspecting that it's just gonna die. I'm pretty sure he just wants to wait, maybe later when AoEs are gone. So right now it looks like he's trying to only play units that gives other kind of value. This kills something and doesn't die to AoE, this draws a card, this makes ships. Like it looked like he really wanted to play only units that instantly gave him more value in one way or another. It looks like Whammerist hand is pretty empty too. Like it's mainly removal, which he could throw on this board, but he's really not excited to do so.
Yeah, they're both just waiting until they reach this high mana, right?
Yeah, they're probably gonna try every turn to kill an opponent unit, because if they do, they go faster. Towards level 4 and 5, and Whammer is already level 3, so getting an hourglass now would be game, like would change the outcome of the game drastically, like would put him very far ahead.
Yeah, so do you think any of these players have the potential of actually dealing 25 damage before we are getting this crazy late game that we saw last time, or is that where we're going to end up again?
If there is no hourglass, they can definitely kill the opponent before. Like, the Phoenixes just go face very fast, and most of the removal that these decks have is from hand removal, and killing a Phoenix from hand deals 6 damage to you. So you die even if you kill it.
Right.
It can go pretty fast. The Soul Claimers can steal the Phoenixes as well, and since there's no copy for the opponent, you can get plenty of them. And yeah, usually the guy with more Phoenixes wins before level 5. It's a bit weird to say, but you get your Phoenixes, and you hope your opponent doesn't have too many answers for them, and then, or you hope to steal your opponent's Phoenixes. It's a bit weird.
Right.
Yeah,
so
here
now,
comes the Mesmerize though.
Yeah, that's for the Phoenix later.
But
there we have an Hourglass on the other side, right? So, but he only has one of them. Do you think it's better to wait until you are level 4 to get the level 5 instantly, or do you
I
just
don't
go for
think
it
so.
now?
I would just go for it. Oh, it looks like it disagrees. It looks like it disagrees. He might just want to bait a bit of things to remove this spot then. But playing this Hourglass, that would have been so... Oh, he's still playing it. Okay. He's still playing it. He just... I don't know, the orders looked a bit wrong to me. Because he could have basically gotten 2 more XP.
On the next level, yeah.
On next level. But that being said, he might not care much because his plan might be to just draw another Hourglass. And you can see Vmnunes' pressure into playing his careful planning now on only level 3, because he's like, okay, my opponent finds the Hourglass, I need to get closer to it. I need to find it and to try myself to kill my opponent. Like, he's falling too far behind by letting this XP going away from him.
Yeah, even putting a Soul Claimer on the field now won't really do much, right?
Yeah, well, no, because from the dark. Again, holding this from the dark is gonna be crucial. The first one to use it, it has to be on something huge. Like these Lizard Soul Claimers and the one that Vmnunes are basically dead as long as the from the dark is still in the opponent. And oh, but that's a draw.
Yeah.
Concerned about.
So
oh, Vmnunes throws it from the dark after I just said all of these things about keeping it.
Yeah, but that was... Yeah, he had the option to use the Mesmerize instead.
Well, he had the option to really not care too much about a 5-5. Like, I don't think this 5-5 is that threatening. It cannot even kill the fairy pod, and it's probably gonna start killing flyers. I don't know, maybe not. Maybe I'm understand. Maybe I'm too slow of a player. I'm not quite sure. But now Whammerist can try to set up this lizard, and we get to see the deck.
Deck on signs. Is it going to take the Hourglass?
No.
Looks like it. Right?
You think so? No, I think he's taking the Neftet. Yeah.
Take it in effort. Okay.
Well, it's not very useful to take the Hourglass, especially when your opponent already is ahead of you on XP. If they already use it once, first you get less value out of the Consigned Vault because you're technically removing only 2 cards, even though it can have a bit of relevance to remove a card from the graveyard, but most of the time it doesn't. And then Neftet is very the thing, like I was saying, it's the thing that wins the game. It's the thing that kills your opponent. Because yes, you can mesmerize 1. If you're lucky, you can mesmerize 2. But at some point, you have to use like so many removal for them. You can't just keep sending removal on them.
Yeah. So just getting rid of them with the consign is good enough.
Yeah, it is very good. Now the only way Whammerist has to get one is to get level 5 and steal one, like kill one to get his own. And we might reach this point again. Like I said, it's possible that they kill each other before. I didn't say it's always the case. We might reach the very late game again.
Yeah, they have dealt 3 damage to Vmnunes. No, 2 damage, really. He's at 23.
Yep. And Whammerist is at
26
26 over the maximum starting life, so.
So yeah, this looks like it's going to be a long one again.
Yeah. But Whammerist could try to start putting pressure with the Lizard Taps, because Vmnunes doesn't have his From the Dark anymore. Vmnune on the opposite just cannot play them. These 2 cards are very dead in his hand. Or he has a choice to just play one and give it he just chooses to give it to the From the Dark.
Yeah, but that's the thing. The From the Dark is going to take something sometime, so...
Yeah, but you really wanted to give it to take something else than a 9-drop.
Yeah, but what does he really have that is going to bait it?
Yeah, I guess he has nothing at this point. But Whammerist didn't really have that much more. He just had a 5/5 from the level 4. Like the difference is like Vmnunes from the Dark killed a 3/5/5. Whammerist didn't have to spend any mana for this 5/5. And now Whammerist is either gonna kill this Lizardep or he's gonna steal it next turn.
Yeah, and he's spending all of this mana, so it looks like he's in for the steal plan.
It looks like he's not gonna kill it yet. He's trying to XP as much as possible. He wants his level 5.
Right. That's also a very, very powerful mode of stacking all of these starships is getting EXP.
It can make you go very fast.
As an aggro player, I usually use the damage mode, but the EXP mode is also there and it's very good.
Yeah, and as a control player, I usually use actually all 3 of them. It depends on the matchup and the situation. Well, most of the time, the damage mode is still the best. It's the one that can kill your opponent unit. It can go face. It's very strong, but in some matchup it doesn't matter. In some matchup you just want XP.
Yeah. So in this position he chooses to play his own Lizardep over playing the Minor War, stealing the Lizardep. Is that only because he's going to be on initiative next turn?
I don't know. It's also because Vmnunes has all his mana, and committing to the Minor War when you don't know when your opponent all his mana is very scary, because it can get removed and then you lost 8 mana and your opponent can do more stuff after that.
Right.
So... Oh wow, he snapped big the Crystallize when there was a 8/8 untargetable next to it.
I was looking at that as well. I was like, that's not a bad pick, but he just snapped the Crystallize even though he's already at 13 mana.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure it was the right pick, but I think you want more value if you can in these matchups. But yeah, see, this Minor War is basically just exhausting a Lizardep, yeah, and giving a Minor War to the opponent. The fact that he didn't use this From the Dark to kill the first one is now biting him in the ass very hard.
Yeah, he's following your advice. He's keeping it in hand.
Well, okay, no, but if a 9-drop comes, you use it. You still have to answer your opponent's threat. Like, the goal, it's almost a mini game where who can force the usage of the From the Dark first. A 9-drop definitely forces it.
Exactly.
And now he has to use it, but it's a bit late.
Yeah, the ordering on that is not optimal, right?
I think Whammerist really wanted to keep the From the Dark for the level 5, because it's very close to it, and From the Dark would give him the unit he wants.
Right. But now instead he cleared the board for the Minor War from Vmnunes' side.
Yeah, and gives him 1, yeah.
Exactly, so this turned out pretty poorly for Whammer. His board is now empty and open for attacks both this turn and next turn.
Yeah, and Vmnunes knows that Whammer doesn't have any Neftet, like no 6 damage AoE.
Right,
so
because
he's not
that was
scared.
unsigned earlier.
Exactly.
So this has turned heavily in the favor of Vmnunes suddenly.
Yeah, in the last few turns, it's definitely not looking good for Whammer. But he might have some few answers still. This Daredevil on the Minor War with a bounce could work, but it's probably just gonna get hotboarded.
Able to do it.
Oh, he's gonna use the airborne infantry instead. But Vmnunes is just gonna take this occasion to draw, and he finally found his first hourglass. He's gonna get level 5 at the same time as Whammerist. And that's gonna probably upset Whammerist quite a bit.
Yeah, Whammer has really struggled to reach this level 5 because he used the hourglass on the last level.
Yeah, he did, but sometimes it gave him quite a bit of value to do that. It gave him the From the Dark from Vmnunes. It wasn't necessarily that bad. I do think there was some better sequences later, like when we were talking with these lizard taps, that would have kept him the advantage. Wow. Is Whammerist playing Consign of the Void? Yeah, I think we saw him a bit. Let me check real quick. Because FrozenEarth is finding his second one, and he's not.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's a big breaker in these matchups sometimes. Like that can really hurt the matchup for the one that doesn't have it, since these games go so long.
So here, I guess he's looking at Large Egg and Longshot Scout.
Yep, I would say so too. I would personally probably pick the egg, but he wants to try to win.
Yeah, thing is that Whammer doesn't have the Nefet anymore, so when is that egg really going to die?
You might be right. You might be right. It might be just better to get a pinger that forces an answer, but this just died to a sad vault or something, so
Yeah.
not that excited about it. But I guess you don't really want to give eggs to the opponent too with the Soul Claimer in play. And the duplicating has started again. It is there.
We are back in the control land.
Alright.
And
and we're gonna remove another big thing from Whammerist. It's either gonna be the Mind of War or the Soul Claimer probably, but he already played the Soul Claimer. He also already played the Mind of War. Maybe it's something else. No, he still chooses the Soul Claimers.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to see that in his game.
That makes sense. It's the card that is able to gain your opponent life as well, and that slows you down in killing them.
Yeah. And now you just have to deal with this one, but not the first unit of the turn.
And not have your opponent kill your Lizard Soul Claimers,
Yeah.
because then they get new ones.
True.
Yeah, we are back in.
You are indeed back into the infinite. Oh,
In the
but
madness.
this. Oh, and he won the 50-50. So this destroyed 2 units with the highest HP, but it can also target your own units.
Right.
The
so
two
if they
5/5s were tied there.
And then it's random.
It is random if 2 units are tied. So the Soul Claimer was always dying because he had 10 life, but then the second unit, which was either the 5/5 of Whammerist or the 5/5 of Vmnunes, could have changed a lot. And Whammer is just using the Hourglass now. Unfortunately, after level 5, not that great.
Those are pretty low impact cards he has in hand, right?
Yeah. Yeah. He has the Daredevil, which doesn't do much, it's a ping. He has another Shrike, which is playing. And he has another Celestial Hourglass. The Celestial Hourglass are basically giving him a draft at the end of turn.
Yeah. Right now it's a 5 mana open the portals.
Yeah. It also gives him. Ooh, that's a threat. He found a threat though.
Yeah,
a huge
but at the same time,
agile unit.
Vmnunes is at 34 HP, so even that unit would take 4 turns to kill him.
Yeah, you're right. But he found a Mesmerize. If he wants to wait next turn and Mesmerize the Lizard Type Soul Claimer, he can get a copy of Lizard Type Soul Claimer. So that's something. He wants to do it now. Okay.
He does it now.
I mean, that saves him 6 life. So
Yep.
can't really blame it on that. He has a Demon Art, this is just a worst from the dark. He's just going in.
Yeah.
He might not have much of a choice, so.
Yeah. I mean, from my point of view, it looks like Vmnunes is favored here, but boy, I really am.
Yeah, I would say so. He has more resources, he has more bond, and he has even more pressure in his deck. So he's definitely favored. I don't think Whammerist is completely out of it yet, though. He has still quite a few AoEs in his deck, and He still has Mind of War, which we've seen in this kind of late game situation can swap literally entire boards from one side to another.
Yeah.
Vmnunes killing the alien though with just starships. That's why they're so good. Yeah. Well, 2 times 1 and 3.
Yeah, true. Even getting some extra value from that longshot scout drawing a card.
Yeah. Actually pretty good. Wow. They are so low on cards in the deck. But not low enough so that losing from fatigue becomes an option really. And making more 5/5s on both sides.
Yeah, Vmnunes is trying to close this game before Whammer can find anything.
Makes a lot of sense. He has a lot of potential to do so. Whammerist could get a 10-4 attacking there though, by sacrificing his 5/3. For example, into the 5/5 that he just created.
Yep.
But doing this gives Vmnunes 2 more attack damage. Probably doesn't want to do that.
And here's a pod that's going to clock him kind of badly unless he finds a sweeper.
He's in a very bad position. Like the position is just not getting better. I'm trying to think what could save him.
But I mean, yeah. I was thinking a lightning surge or something, just wiping the board.
That would be a start. Like it definitely starts with something like this. Lightning surge or moonlight calling. And then the thing is after that you also need pressure.
Yeah, but he's the one with 2. Oh, well, I guess one of them is a 5/1 now, so.
Yeah, the thing is he doesn't really have pressure in his deck anymore.
Yeah. And this is the turn. He's at 3 HP.
Okay, Whammerist getting the Daredevils there to do 3 damage because they are not summoned. They are just entering play. Summoned is from end in this game. But yeah, Whammerist cannot really use this 3 damage ping very well. He's killing the flyer with it. But
yeah,
it could mean he die, depending on which unit he chooses to duel with first. He could die.
Yeah, isn't Vmnunes pretty likely to just burning out here if he plays the judgment and then okay, now that's not an option, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. That's why you need to trade with the 1-drop first. He's still gonna double judgment?
Yeah, double judgment here will remove the last blocker.
Yeah, and that would give him.
Yeah,
he needed 1 damage.
Well,
no, that's not enough there, right? He has only 2 damage.
Yeah.
Oh, he's deciding to just kill the mastermind then. Like, he's saying, since I couldn't kill you because you traded correctly, he's just killing the mastermind so that it never comes back. Because this unit, when it dies, sets itself in another.
Yeah, sure, but his opponent is only at 3 HP. It looks like there could have been some line just killing him this turn.
I do agree. I think there was probably a line to finish it.
But yeah. This is probably gonna get the job done anyway.
Yeah, triple starship against nothing should work.
Yeah,
I think Whammerist has to play this infantry. He chooses not to.
Yeah, or he does it next turn on the Magic Dave, try to get starships in himself and get life, but even that probably won't be enough.
He could try to get a Daredevil and kill his 5/2. He didn't get the best drop from best draft. Oh, there's Neftet, so
Yeah,
he
now
really wants to copy this strike, yeah?
He's just gonna hope that the starships hit face.
And the first one did.
Okay, so 1 in 3.
Well, no,
1 in 4.
that's probably game. I mean, there was already
Yeah,
no stopping this.
Yeah, and he has the attackers.
Yeah, he has to coin, kill the tutu. Oh no, it doesn't matter. It's not enough.
Yeah.
It didn't matter if even if he killed the tutu, he would still die.
Yeah, so actually that missing out on 2 XP from Vemma, do you remember that turn he played it in the
Yeah.
kind of off order? That made him reach his level 5
A lot
like
slower.
1 or 2 turns too late.
That could have definitely made a difference, yeah. But I think it was a bit harsher on like the Lizatep soul claimers that before the level 5s,
Right.
the trades were a bit iffy, but we'll see. It might have been a rough game. Like players have been playing for a long time now, so they
Yeah,
probably
for sure.
tired a bit. So that was game 1. So
Yep.
yeah,
And
Vmnunes 1 up, and he doesn't have to play his
Rictic control.
Rictic anymore. Yeah.
But against the aggro Ash, what do you prefer? Do you prefer the Bullock or the Rictic?
Against aggro Ash. Well,
Yeah,
aggro Ash is a very bad matchup for the Rictic, I think.
I think so.
Well, it's one of the worst matchup because it like you can't just even if you clear the board, they can just burn your face, and you have really hard time doing with burn. And apparently
Yeah,
the
well, it
heroes
looks
are
like
green. I don't really know why. Glowing.
yeah, we got some kind of visual bug here that I never seen before.
Ah, me neither. That's kind of cool. Alright. So yeah, this
But
match
it
is
looks
gonna
like-
be much faster.
Yeah, Vammer agreed with you. It looks like he brought the Bullock rather than the Rictic to face the Ash.
Yeah. He's gonna have to face this Ash even if he wins with Bullock. So
Right.
it doesn't ultimately matter much. But Vmnunes sniped the 1-drop. Vmnunes was happy with any outcome there.
Yeah, he might even have preferred hitting face actually, because that would have. No, I guess that Vammer would have had a blocker. So
yeah, because then they
Yeah.
would have traded. But
Right.
he would have still been fine with this. Okay, but Whammerist is also putting the pressure. It's gonna be really a match of both players just all attacking every turn probably. Until
like it.
one of the other forces the other one to stop. Vmnunes keeping the 1-drop actually pretty good to kill a 3-1. That's a very nice trade. So and Vmnunes couldn't get a triple proc.
Yeah, Vmnunes is the one with lesser cards in hand this game.
Yep, for sure.
And that's going to matter a lot. Having resources, it's important in the aggro.
Yeah, it's
mirror
because all these little rebounds creatures that Whammerist has, they are pretty good at that. Just they're not like great value, but in these matchups they are definitely good enough.
Yeah.
But they have
So
all
do you-
1 HP, so
Yeah. Do you pick the flying creature here?
I think it's too slow. I think you
Okay.
can't. He picks the cactus. I would not have picked the cactus either.
Yeah, that's an interesting choice. I mean, it's good at blocking 1 toughness units, so
Yeah, maybe that's his idea there. Since
for
Vmnunes
now
gonna have
it
a
looks
lot
like-
of them.
it looks like you just want to attack for now, right?
Yeah, he probably wants to get XP. He wants to get this level 3 as fast as possible.
Yeah.
He might want to try to set up a Belfry already, but this is gonna get stopped. Yeah, no, he just wants the free attack.
Exactly.
By the Forgotten Commander. Very strong.
And Vmnunes is even going face with his burn. He's hoping to still raise this.
Yeah, he wants to raise, he wants to kill him, he wanted to look at the top card and find more burn. Vmnunes is probably not gonna be able to fight on the board like against a Bullock that's gonna be way more efficient at creating more tokens everywhere.
Yeah,
So.
But it looks like the Bullock is winning this race, right?
Yeah, right now it seems pretty hard to stop. A lot of units and are just gonna snowball out of control.
Yeah, but we do know that Vmnunes have the Judgment Index, so a Judgment on this board would be pretty huge.
That would bring Vmnunes back for sure. That being said, Vmnunes leveled up, got a proc of XP there, so.
Yeah, he was betting on Vammer just attacking with everything, which he did. So he attacked with everything himself and got all of the procs.
Yeah, now he's very close to level 3 as well. They're very close in XP, both of them. And that's where this card is a lot less effective against Bullock, where they can just block it with a 1-1 every time.
Right.
This is not very efficient. But this would be pretty efficient, this Hydra.
Yeah, but
if
that's
it
where
gets
I prefer.
to the board.
That's why I prefer to play the Crystal Wing at 4 mana in my Ash decks, because in this matchup, they aren't able to play all of these small creatures that they have in hand right now. They would be forced to just play 2 at tops 3, rather than being able to dump them like they are now.
Yeah, no, this is true. Stopping the storm.
Exactly.
So now Whammerist might want to just keep a blocker just to deny the proc and attack with all of the rest.
Yeah, that's what I would have done. Actually keep 2 blockers, because Vmnunes already have 1 proc and the
oh, he already has 1
guaranteed.
proc, yeah, that's a good call, I didn't see, and that's
exactly,
what he does.
So.
But Vmnunes didn't go for it.
Yep.
Vmnunes kept its own blockers.
So that's the mind games you have to play, like Vmnunes could have committed and been punished, but instead Whammer committed and got punished. And I mean, look at this, Whammer is at 10 HP and Vmnunes is at 18. If Vmnunes can find some good burn, he can still win this.
He needs to find really good burn. I mean, 10 life is not that much, but there's life still on the board, life born.
Yeah, but say a Judgment on this, boom.
True. Judgment on this probably just end the game, actually, you're right. Well, we know there is no judgment, but I would like kill the whole board, except for a 4-4, and give Vmnunes 7 deal 1 damage.
Yeah.
This is insane, but this is also not in the end of Vmnunes. And now Whammerist is like, should I give him even more value? Yeah. He's saying you don't have it. I know you don't have it, and
yeah. I'm not sure I'm feeling it. I mean, I can see playing units that don't have 1 HP, but I would have kept the 1 HP units in hand by now.
Yeah, I understand. But he's probably just thinking that Vmnunes doesn't have it, and deciding to go all in.
Yeah, it's quite obvious that he doesn't have it, but he can always get it from the top.
Boo.
Why does it say boo? I never got that.
I don't really know. Looks like this is just theirs very soon.
Yep.
And it's very smart for Whammerist to keep one, because now he's not at 6 life, and 6 life is point of break for Harvest Sphere.
Right. So Vmnunes has like 1 draw now to get the Judgment, and I have hard time seeing anything else being good enough.
Yeah, you got a Pyromancer, but this is where these Pyromancers and this 1 attack minion really don't shine.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
It's,
Vmnunes just gonna concede it. And
Pyromancer is one of those cards that it's so impressive when you have a big board, but when you are at 1 unit, it just doesn't do anything.
well, it looks like Whammerist is going through, right? Or did you win? Yeah.
No, it's 1-1. Vmnunes took the first game. So we are seeing game 3.
Yeah, you're right,
soon.
you're right. My bad. I apologize. The mistake. Yeah, 1-1. So that's perfect because game 3 is always more exciting. Yeah, they are making the game and they just started. And yeah, 1-1. So now we're gonna have the Ash against Rictic. That it's a matchup that Vmnunes might want a bit more.
We are getting that bug again on the portraits.
Yeah, I think it might be because I joined a bit too early and we get the choice on the initiative showing. But this is really not that big of a deal, I think.
Yeah, and this is a decent opener from Vmnunes, right? He got a 1-drop and he got the snowball on turn 2.
Yeah, the snowball on 2 is very nice. Sometimes very hard to stop, depending on the end of Whammerist, but he could try the Starship. The Starship is always a good try against 2 units. And when you do it, you always hit face. That's a rule.
Huge.
Yeah, that's a big deal. Like
that could.
Whammerist was really fine. He was fine with eating any of them because he was killing a unit, getting 1 point of XP. All of this. Now he doesn't even get the point of XP, so he doesn't even hit the breakpoint for leveling there. At least he had the follow up with Daredevil, with the block, and the snowball is stopped. For now. That's a golden.
He's playing the Crystal Wing, but this time he chose not to keep it on top. And I can see that against Rictic control, it's not as good as it is against the deck that want to play several cards each turn.
Yeah, it also hits you, right? So basically in this matchup, you probably want to play more card than the Rictic.
Right.
So the card is gonna hurt you a bit more. So yeah,
but his hand is a bit awkward. He has the double Pyromancers with only 1 unit, which is not great. He opted to sacrifice his unit to kill the Deadly, open up the way for the 1/4.
Yeah, and the level 2 Sentient Ghoul is very, very strong and scary, so it makes a lot of sense. It looks like Whammerist has the answer though. Oh no, never mind. I thought he had the bounce, but it looks like he doesn't. Yeah. So Vmnunes gets the automatic proc.
That's the turn where we can see the Dunewalker doing its job, and when it does, it is really powerful.
Yeah, it's very hard to stop. If you block it, it's basically a 4/4, but it's a 4/4 that activates Ash passive. So very good. Oh, Whammerist drafted a nice card there to deal with it, even though it killed his own unit again. But if it's the only answer he has to use it.
Yep, calling to get 1 unit.
And yeah, it's gonna use this opportunity to get 3 for flying. Pretty powerful.
That is another card which just has to be answered by the Rictic to control, because it gets out of hand kind of quickly.
Yeah, because if it hits, you get 2 Luna Blast, and then Luna Blast snowball the passive of Ash even more. It's very much unstoppable.
And he drew the perfect card off the top for his Elfi.
Yep, because it's very likely that an action will join his hand with the Elfi. They all work together in some other way, but drawing one of the Council member just after you play it is very good.
Yeah, that was an insane draw from Vmnunes actually. Oh, but there's an answer.
Yeah, I was looking at Whammerist and it looks like it's pretty poor. Like, there's not much in there.
No, he was like hoping for Vmnunes to get a lot of 1 toughness creatures, but that's the thing. The Dunewalker version actually has a lot of toughness because they only have 1 attack.
Yeah.
So they aren't as vulnerable to the judgment.
Oh, and Vmnunes found a muffler. And the muffler could just silence one of the biggest units later, like just before the turn 11, getting rid of the Phoenix. Um, this is very, very powerful, usually, because in this kind of situation, the Victic can often rely on just finding this big board clear and trying to survive until then, and then you just shut them down the turn before it's time, and they can't do anything about it.
Yeah, and Vmnunes actually got a little bit lucky there. He got a natural proc of the Oak with drawing the Mesmerize off the top.
Yeah.
So he got himself a 2-1.
That's pretty good, but he also has quite a few cards.
From his turn, yeah.
Did he just ping his own face?
Yeah, what did he ping with that?
He pinged his own face.
Huh. That must have been a
Was it a misclick?
Yeah, must have been. Like you said, the night is getting long, and these players have been playing a lot of games.
Yeah, and sometimes you drag a bit fast. You let go of the click mid drag or something, and then it's your face.
You want a console casting it, and you don't drag it all the way.
Yeah, it sounds painful.
So now Vmnunes has played 2 of these Pyromancer, meaning that each time these units deal damage, they are going to deal 2 damage base.
Yeah, they do not count for Ash passive because it's worded as loss of HP and not like the unit deals damage, but it's gonna hurt a lot. Yeah,
Vmnunes is getting closer and closer to this 6 HP threshold that he's looking for to kill with the Harvest Sphere.
And he's ready for it with the Harvest Sphere in hand. A very, very strong card. Not even getting time to the Victic to heal, really.
He doesn't play the Young Witch in his deck though, which I have found is pretty good at giving you double up on the Harvest Sphere.
Whammerist still has no AoE. Oh no, he has 1 AoE, but this AoE is not enough.
Yeah, Vmnunes is just waiting for him to pop it off. He can't really play his... there it comes. He couldn't really play his 5 mana level up reward. What's it called?
The Hourglass, yeah.
No, the Ash thing.
Oh, give the order?
I'm also getting fired now.
My bad.
Yeah, give the order. He couldn't really play that before he has seen some
AoE, yeah. So now he's gonna play it. Because he just saw the AoE and he's like, I don't think you have another one.
Yeah, but he also knows that Vammer just got the Luna Blast, so he can easily just remove those.
Yeah, but I think Vmnune logic there is just, okay, I'm just gonna push, I need only 4 damage. It doesn't need more than 4, right? So, just want to push, but this is true that the 2 Luna Blast there could just either remove these 2, or even maybe this one instead. I'm not sure that it's very worth it to kill the Dunwalk over a Korean Knight, but maybe he's scared of the mana. I don't think the mana is a very big issue there. Let's see. The other options are all pretty bad anyways.
Yeah, so Vammer is getting to this critical stage where he has stabilized and the Ash deck doesn't have a lot of fuel left. So he's just going to hope that Vmnunes doesn't have enough burn to finish the job.
Yeah, it's pretty hard for Whammer. Because there's very few sources of healing in the deck. There are the starships, and we can see he's eating right now.
Yeah, so this is actually pretty bad for Vmnunes. He needs to find more or less another one of these Harvest Spheres. Or double Thought Bolt. And this is where I think the Young Witch is a good addition to this Ash deck. Where you can double up on your best burn spells.
Yeah, that makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. So yeah, Whammer is like, it's my only time to try to level up, try to get a 5-5 that can deal a bit with the board.
Yeah, makes sense.
And Vmnunes having nothing to do though. I mean, playing a 2-drop, but...
Exactly, he's really out of resources now.
He wants to draw more Harvest Spheres, right? That's basically it.
Or the Thought Bolt, because the Thought Bolt can help you find the additional Thought Bolt or...
True. Okay, so he's gonna silence this, try to push his 4 damage, but they are not gonna go through. He can even lightning surge if he really needs to, but... Oh, he might have to. Yeah, I think he actually has to lightning surge, probably. Oh, he could steal it. No, this is silenced.
Yeah. So Claimer also makes sense, because it will allow him to start getting health back.
Well, not really. Oh, the Devilish Sweeter wasn't there yet.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was the idea, but unfortunately it won't help for 1 turn. But he gets to draw a bit more cards.
Yeah, he finds a Mine War.
He finds one,
Alright, the Mine War doesn't really...
that doesn't remove the effect.
Right, but if he duels it, I think he still gains the life, right?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
Don't if he kills it, you mean? I think you still proc the effect of the suitor.
Yeah, so Vmnunes actually got a hit in there for 4 damage, so if he would have drawn a burn spell, he would have been in a good spot, but... Now he's just hoping that Whammer isn't going to kill this suitor. That seems unlikely.
Yeah, the Moonlight Judgment, just trying to slowly and steadily remove all that Vmnunes has. Ah, I thought Vmnunes had it, like, he was very much ahead. And then suddenly he couldn't put a single damage in.
Yeah. That's I think that the only real burn he drew this game was the Harvest Sphere, and that has a huge impact how much burn you draw, because that will be your last reach after the board is stabilized. And just 1 Harvest Sphere wasn't enough.
And yeah, right, he gained the life and didn't lose it by killing the suitor.
And this is the point where the game is more or less over.
I do agree, it seems very hard to recover. He's even going all in with the extra healing. Oh, does it change anything? No.
It has no way of getting through 4 blockers.
Yeah.
That's gonna do it.
Vmnunes making it to the finals.
No, Whammer.
Vmnune just won with his Ash. Oh no, he did. Oh my god. I'm sorry, I'm a bit tired. I'm very sorry.
I'm also getting tired. I feel you, mate.
I'm very sorry. So, yeah, Vmnune not making it to the finals, but making it to
good
the
run.
top 3. A very good run, very interesting deck, very unique Ash as well.
Yep.
So cool.
He's getting a lot of those Dunewalkers in, which he designed. So that's nice to see them. They do look kind of powerful when they go off.
To Whammer that gets to the finals and gets to face our friend that has been waiting forever now. Emptyfolder. The third match is gonna be Vmnunes against Shadowknight. We're probably just gonna jump into the finals.
Yeah.
And yeah, hopefully we get more good games.
So let's see, what are Emptyfolder playing?
Yeah, let's bring the list up.
There we are, Emptyfolder. Emptyfolder is bringing Pearlmaw and D-Hat.
Yeah.
We haven't really seen a lot of strength, so I'm happy to get some of it in the final.
It's true. He's playing a wolf list, so we're trying the late game is wolf trying to get this huge wolf like 20, 20, 30, 30 of stats. But he's also using pride, sacrifice package inside with martial promotion. So
Yeah, this is an interesting list. I haven't really seen this version in
yeah,
action.
me neither. So very interesting.
And then it's the curved D-hat that we have seen from before.
Yeah, it's called generic control dat list.
Yeah.
And that's
As
pretty much sum it up.
Yeah, as I said to you before the tournament, I think this is the most stable deck you can bring to the event.
It is
I think
pretty
it will
pretty
just,
good. Yeah.
It will consistently perform well. That's what I think.
Yeah, I agree. Very good and very powerful late game. So yeah, and well, we just saw the Whammer list already, so maybe we don't need to bring them up again.
Yeah, but it is 4 different decks in the finals, so that's exciting.
Yeah, that's pretty nice. We're gonna wait for them to start. We're gonna see. I'm gonna see if they have any question.
Yeah,
but they
4
can
different
definitely
decks,
start.
4 different heroes.
Yeah, very nice.
It looks like the hero we have seen the least this tournament is Helden.
No, it's actually. Oh, you mean in the games that we've shown? Yeah, actually, we got to see one from Maniacoak, and then he crashed, so we didn't.
Yeah.
And then we kind of, with the luck of the draw, going through the tournament, we just didn't find any. So yeah.
But yeah, submitted. There are a few more Heldens than the Kyum. I guess Kyum is still the least played hero.
Yeah, it is. It was a least played hero. I'm just answering a question on the Discord about third and fourth. And they're asking if they have the right to look at the stream, which is 15 minutes with 15-minute delay is perfectly fine. Yeah, I really hope, really hope that we get good matches there. Emptyfolder is probably ready since forever. And,
yeah, since 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, so I'm just telling them that we're not gonna cast the third place. We're gonna go right into finals.
Yeah.
And then Vmnunes and Shadow are getting ready for the third place match, and then Emptyfolder, which seems to maybe have been out a bit. Yeah, seems like Wham is taking a few minutes again, which is perfectly understandable. And then they're gonna go right into it. I'm sorry, I'm a bit slow talking when I'm writing at the same time. We'll try to get someone to help me next time for that.
It's also getting a bit late, so...
Yeah, it's pretty late. It's 11 PM. And I might have not slept much because of the tournament. It's just normal. It's just normal stuff. Don't worry about it. I'm just making excuses now, you know. But I'm glad. What do you guys think? I think it's going pretty well. What about you?
Yeah. We had exciting games, both from very fast aggro decks, which showed the potential of Bullock, for example. And we had real crazy control decks. showing off what the late game looks like with the double Rictic level 5. So it's been a very interesting run.
Yeah, for sure.
I feel like.
And we have still the finals to go, so we'll see
Yeah.
who will get the crown, who will get the super premium emote, and the right to make a competition, design competition, right?
Exactly, and as I said, I'm super excited that we are seeing 4 different heroes and 4 different decks in this final.
Yeah,
that's really great.
very surprising too.
Yeah.
Didn't expect
Still.
it to be this diverse.
Yeah. I feel like we could have seen some more strength decks. I don't know if that's just because what we were happening to see on stream or if it were underrepresented in the higher
I
scoring.
believe it's because of what we've seen on stream.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, strength was about 30% of the decks brought to the tournament.
Yeah, but then there's also a question of how did the strength decks perform.
Yeah. I will make all the stats later.
Nice.
But yeah, we will have. They are already on the deck list page for those that want. Just the repartition of heroes that went in, and then I'll make the after results probably tomorrow about what the end result was in like top 8, top 4, and yeah, we're still waiting on the finalists. They're gonna start soon. Don't worry about it. Don't go anywhere, etc., etc. But yeah. By the way, something that's interesting is that on the third place match, there is a Kyungmi. Shadowknight has a graveyard Kyungmi that he brought, and
Right.
yeah, seems like he's doing well with it.
That's also interesting, yeah. I was zoning out reading Discord for a second, but
yep.
Shadowknight also had a really good run with Kyungmi and pod control in Rictic.
Yeah, that's very interesting. That's also a new player, so
yeah, so that's real great. So what I'm wondering there is if it's the Rictic control that's carrying him, or if the Kyungmi is performing. That would be really nice to know.
Well, he has to win with both decks.
That's
every
true.
time.
That's true. Yeah.
So the Kyungmi has at least been performing a bit to reach this level, you know.
Yeah, look like I have another Kyungmi version to try out after this tournament.
Yeah, let's take a look at it actually, because we're waiting. So let me go back there, and then it's a Shadowknight, right? Yeah, Shadowknight decks. If you can find them, it's not that. That was Vmnunes that we just saw, and then Shadowknight there. Yeah, it looks like it's actually green blue. So he's foregoing red entirely. He's not wanting to use it, and he has a Dreamer.
I have found that to be a decent strategy when building Kyungmi decks, that you only focus on these low mana units and having them free for the first turns, and then choosing either green or blue for the passive, and more or less never changing.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah. You could also just swap if you go green, you can swap once to blue.
Yeah.
Things like that, but you don't really want to go to red and do a full cycle ever.
Yeah.
So very interesting list.
Yeah, it looks like a very aggressive little blue-green deck there. I can see that being pretty powerful. I used to play a Penumbra with blue-green, and that was good. And of course, being able to go down to 45 cards instead of 70 is a huge advantage.
Yeah, it's pretty nice, and you get a few benefits when you're level 2, like when you level up for the free discount.
Yeah.
You don't get the rewards from leveling up though, but you get all these other things. So it's not bad.
Yeah, I'm probably going to have to take a look at that after the tournament as well, see.
Yeah, for sure. So many things to try now.
Yeah, because this deck is actually playing. It's not the all-out aggro stuff. He's playing stuff like Golden Ticket, Altered Memory. He's trying to get stuff in the graveyard and reviving them and using the power of Belfry, it looks like.
Yeah, he's using Belfry, he's using Lesser Raise Dead, like he's using the powerful card that we've seen in green in Bullock, and he's using with them the self discard part of blue. So
Yeah, because then he also has a different angle with the Dreamer in this deck that otherwise looks like it wants to go face.
yeah,
But,
so it's like you go face, you go face, you go face. If it doesn't work, you have the Dreamer plan.
Yeah.
And you hope
If
it
the
works.
control deck managed to stabilize enough,
yeah,
he is hoping to close it with the Dreamer instead.
Sounds very interesting. Yeah. I don't know how it would perform, but apparently not bad. Still waiting on Emptyfolder and Wham to start the game. And yeah, hopefully start soon.
So after seeing all of these games, which decks would you have brought to the tournament in hindsight? If
I
you
would
were playing?
definitely have brought Vertic Control.
Yeah.
That's for sure. It's been doing very good. And then the second deck, well, knowing just what I've been playing on the ladder, without taking that much, I would have probably brought Perlmo. Maybe one that tried to abuse a bit of the pride shenanigans or bread.
Yeah,
not quite sure.
we haven't seen any bread apart from a Maniac playing it, right? And he had some connectivity issues.
Yeah.
And we haven't seen a single pride hitting the board either, so...
Yeah, we've actually seen 0 prides, but there were quite a few pride lists in the tournament. We just didn't get to really see them on stream or just to get to do their things, like either.
Yeah, there were 8 lists with pride in them. It seems like.
Yeah, 8, and that's
actually,
out of 15.
Yep.
Red decks, so that's half of them, more than half of them.
Yeah, Emptyfolder is having pride in his deck, and it's in the final, so we might see one there, because that's one of the cards that can really just steal a game out of nowhere. If your opponent can't provide the double removal it requires.
Yeah, for sure. It can definitely get to steal games, get to not die anymore. Like you lose all your life, but you don't die, and yeah. Hopefully, maybe we see it. We see the first pride in the finals. That'd be something. It looks like they are entering matchmaking. They are starting their match, so we're gonna jump as soon as they're ready. As soon as they chose their decks, and yeah, very excited. What do you think we're gonna see first? Like who?
Oh, that's a real difficult question to answer, but I think that Whammer is going to open on the Riskycb control. It seems like it's the strongest deck.
Yeah, it's a deck he's been opening every time as well, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I think Whammer is a player we followed the most because since he had this so long match, we had to come back to him anyways.
Yeah.
So that's kind of cool. They are still choosing their decks, but yeah, I think that's a good call. Empty. What did he have?
The Perlmo and the D-Hat.
Yeah, Perlmo and D-Hat. I would say a Perm was a solid starter. Like, you know the Diad is gonna be generally good, so might as well try to get this wolf list through through the control. Is it a good idea actually? I'm not quite sure. It's not easy to answer.
Yeah, I would probably have opened with a D-hat, but
yeah, maybe a Diad, since it's just generally solid, you just like throw anything you want at me and let's see. Well, looks like the game is starting, so we're gonna jump right into the game.
Our answers.
And it is a Permo against Victic. So yeah.
And Perlmo has a decent opener. He would like to see against the aggro decks with the cheap wolves, but are they really doing anything in this Victic matchup?
Okay, they're actually very bad in this matchup. Yeah, he's throwing it away because it enables the ramp of your opponent. So you usually don't want it to be crystallized, so you just send it back. And that's what Empty did, and I think that's the right call. But Empty is probably fine just passing for now. He could also coin like a Jean, but he should be pretty fine just getting XP out of nowhere. And probably playing a 3-4 this turn. Because... Oh, or just a 3-3. I like this a bit less, because it could get pinged.
Doubloning here is good, right? Just to level up this turn?
Yes. Well, you always doubloon because you get the extra doubloon anyways from it.
Right, right.
So yeah, we didn't actually explain Permo because we didn't see any of it. So in the finals, Permo is very special. It's when he doesn't spend mana, he stores the mana in the doubloon, basically that gives you 1 mana and 1 XP for later turns.
Oh look, there's a Pride from the draft.
Ooh, he could just get the card that's already in his deck, and that's pretty what it's gonna do.
Yeah, the other card doesn't really do anything for him, so...
Yeah.
Oh!
No, it chose to get Sabrina. Okay, so Sabrina is pretty interesting. She just makes things go bigger. So if he drops it and then he starts sacrificing his unit to bring stronger units, they all gonna get transformed into bigger units.
So is he picking that because he is thinking that his units are just too weak in this Victic matchup? Like all of these small wolves?
No, I think he might be picking this because of Consign the Void. Oh wait, no, Whammerist is not playing Consign of the Void. So yeah, maybe it's just to replace a small wolf then.
And Empty has actually drawn all 3 of his wolf amalgamations. I'm not sure that's where you want to be.
That's definitely not what he wants to be. They're 4/4s for 10 mana right now.
Yeah.
This is a big unit later, but throwing them that early kind of hurts. Luckily for him, it's a slow deck, so against him.
And he's giving this Victic control deck a lot of time of doing what it wanna do.
And Whammerist is just not giving him time. He's like, yeah, I'm just gonna slam the hourglass. Just slam it to get level 3. And yeah, he doesn't have time to. He's not waiting.
Yeah. And
This
the
could
Perlmo isn't putting any pressure.
Well, this quest giver could draw a lot of cards to Perlmo and give him a lot of ways to get value out of this Sabrina. Because as soon as he spawn these glowstones, they would get transformed. Oh, would they actually? It's when you play.
Yeah, it's play.
Oh, I'm sad.
Yeah, and he doesn't even have any way of sacrificing these glowstones right now, so...
Yeah, he really needs to find something. Okay, Whammerist has like all the AoE in the world. He has another 8/8 untargetable though.
Yes, this looks like it's gonna go late, and I think that the Victic control has the better late game.
Well, they usually do, but if he gets 5 kills with wolves, and get a Wolf Amagation with Ward, sometimes just can't deal with it.
Yeah, but that's a lot of ask, isn't it? At this point in the game to get those kills.
Yeah, it is a lot to ask. So we will see
And,
exactly. But yeah.
Yeah, the control list isn't providing too many creatures to kill either. So that's also a problem.
Yeah, he's gonna have a very cramped up. And oh, here it comes. He has something now, but his board's gonna die. To probably a Moonlight Judgment. Like playing Moonlight Judgment there makes Emptyfolder overdraw a card.
Yeah.
So that's what Wham's doing. And what is it that is overdraws? It's a wall. That's not gonna make it easier on the Almagation to level up. I mean, I'm saying level up, but
yeah, that would have been a fine way to kill that 1/1 deadly.
his martial progression definitely is great though. Getting him an egg in play that he's gonna be able to sacrifice again. Yep. So
that looks good. Question is, which 6-drop is this egg going to get? Oh, it's going to get this new demon, Divesh, the Scourge.
I think he's pretty tailored to have only one of each of these, so that he just always know what he has.
Yeah.
So that is very interesting. Wham couldn't really deal with it before, or maybe he will.
He's just gonna opt to kill it outright.
He just to kill it because he knows this is a 7-drop. But it seems very expensive to use it from the dark for that.
Yeah, but at the same time, this makes the martial promotion look much worse. How many? What's the mana cost of the 7/7?
It's a 7-drop.
Okay.
So he cannot really get much out of it by sacrificing it, and he doesn't probably want to sacrifice a 7/7 overrun. So we might see him just do something else.
Yeah, just drop the 4/4 with one keyword.
He plays a 4/4 Wolf Amalgam. Oh my god, this is desperate times.
Yeah, but the thing is, if the Wolf Amalgam triggers of itself, so if that gets to deal damage, it's gonna grow.
I think that's his plan. Like, he has no other wolf in hand, so his plan is to use this Wolf Amalgamation to get more strength on the other Wolf Amagations.
Yeah.
I mean, your opponent, to be fair, your opponent just used From the Dark on the 0/3 egg, so you might have this kind of time. So it might be a good idea to try to pressure with it. Lost Cause is a very good card in a control matchup.
Yeah, take that Netlet out of his hand.
Yeah. He's gonna first take the mana out of his mana pool. But playing a Wolf Amagation with Ward, when you know your opponent has double Luna Blast in hand, doesn't seem very good either. But now he's in a good spot with it.
Yeah,
like this 4/4 is gonna get 8/8 and then just gonna grow.
Yeah, Whammer only has 2 mana to work with, so it doesn't look like, yeah, he's going to get 11 damage in.
Yeah, using the From the Dark in this matchup when there's so many huge threats definitely sounds like a mistake from Wham.
Yeah, look, and now this 4/4 is suddenly an 8/8.
Yeah, that's much more scarier, and it's not stopping. That's the thing that's scary with this card. It's like it's not stopping. It grows to huge sizes.
Yeah, that actually turned out surprisingly well for Emptyfolder's side.
Yeah, and I think Wham just has nothing to do with it. I mean, I guess he has a ping and he could steal it. But if he does this, it comes as a 1/1 for him.
Right, because he hasn't dealt any damage.
Yeah, and he's also just gonna lose his Mind of War. Yep. So this is not happening, and this is probably game. This is game.
Was a small steal from Emptyfolder there. It felt like Whammer had a lot of potential this game, and
Yeah, Empty just cut him short. It's like, oh, you want to kill my 0-3 egg? You think you can do that freely? Well,
yeah.
he just showed him that he couldn't.
And this is still going to be 11 damage if with the
Yeah.
Thief of Hope and the Wolf.
Not even letting him get the kill on the 7-1. He's doing it himself. Very impressive, Emptyfolder. Doesn't need pride, he just needs 7-7 and 4 wolves. That grows. Oh, I guess Wham is
Yeah,
not
he can
dead.
survive. He
Oh,
can
that was
survive on
well
his own.
seen. I didn't see that.
Yeah, good line from him there.
He could learn to survive. He could maybe find something, but now he doesn't even have the ping, the coin to get to Nefted, so he needs to draw a Mind of War.
Yeah, the thing is, Nefet wouldn't even have been good enough because it wouldn't have killed this
Yeah.
16-16.
But this 16-16 can be just jump blocked.
Yep.
So the real problem is actually his Behemoth.
With the overrun.
Yeah. But now it's just gonna... Oh, Shaman Egg. Okay. I was thinking he would look at the end of his opponent and just remove all the things.
Take,
but this costs
Nefet
5
out of it.
for Perlmo.
Right. But still, taking Nefet out of that hand would have been pretty good.
Yeah,
Or
well, just
another
looking
Mind
at
of
it and knowing if anything is scary. Oh, Wham just gave up. Yeah, he just realized there's no out. He just passed, and yeah, the 4 for wolves
Yeah.
finishes
that
at the
was
32-32 wolf. Like, it's a
that
lot
was
bigger.
a good win.
Yep. GG. So game 1 goes to Emptyfolder. Let me put the score back for the finals.
I would have bet for the Bricktick deck there, especially with such a slow start from the Permob.
Yeah, well, he had a slow start, but the Vrictic also played extremely slow with this from the dark on an egg. It's not something you can really afford. Like, Perlmo has units, and Perlmo is not that slow, especially this one. You can see he started his curve even at 3 and 4, like getting all these glowstone, getting so much value out of them. So you cannot really just forego all your removal like this. So yeah.
So now we're going to see the D hat from Emptyfolder.
Yes. Wham is deciding if he wants to keep this Rictic or if maybe he wants to swap to the other match, to the other deck.
To the Bullock.
Yeah, and let's see. So
he's going to stay on
he's gonna keep the initiative and he's gonna stay on the Rictic, indeed. Okay, so this hand against that Crystallize could be good. Ooh, I don't really like that. I would have kept the Sword Ball, because the Sword Ball you always need
for the
Beep and Bop. Exactly.
Yeah, and what are you really hoping to wipe with this Lightning Surge? I guess that Lightning Surge plus Moonlight's Judgment can get the 3 health units.
Yeah, well, AoE are pretty important. I can understand why he would keep one, but he has a lot in the deck as well, so I'm not 100% sure.
But this lines up pretty nicely. He plays the Lightning Surge next turn. Oh, but I guess now it got breaded, so that's not as
yeah,
good.
the breads are gonna come forever, but it's gonna get silenced. And he has more. Okay, Emptyfolder. Oh, I didn't look at his hand, but okay, it looks like he had a nice early start, and then he's gonna be able to put like Pilgrimages in his deck, another 2-drop, and throw another bread, something like that. He has
Yeah, he got
nice
a pretty
board.
aggressive start here against the control deck,
Yeah.
which Whammer is probably not too happy about. This board is hard to board wipe.
Yeah, it's very hard and it's gonna keep growing because of the garlic bread vendor. So I think his plan is
Yeah,
to just do that right now, the lightning surge, and next turn start with the moonlight judgment, take a
exactly.
bit more damage from Bip and Bop, and finally kill the Bip and Bop.
Yeah, but the Bip and Bop, they will have given Emptyfolder 3 EXP, I think, and he's triggering the passive each and every turn.
Yeah, it's gonna be enough to level up next turn, so
Yeah, he's getting far ahead on this EXP.
that's usually how it goes. I mean, not as strongly as this. Getting double RPG avatar is very good, and not having an answer on 3 to it is also very bad, but usually that early game is just gonna have more XP than you as Victic. You can't compete, you just can't. But he chose, Whammer chose to not go for the hero again, he chose to ramp instead.
Mm.
He's saying, I'm gonna get to more mana and I'm gonna not care too much about this board, which is fair. This board is not that threatening yet. 3 damage. Yes, he's ramping in XP, but now after the level up, it's a bit more scary. So yeah, Emptyfolder is just happy giving bread every turn. And now, yeah, Whammer has to deal with it. But by dealing with it, he's not dealing with the next reward.
Yeah, and that is going to duel the flyer now and become a threat on its own.
Yeah, Empty is just expanding his bone.
Yeah,
And
Whammer is under a lot of pressure.
yeah, needs to get to 11 mana. But that's not gonna work well against a Lost Cause.
Yeah, so one of his outs is like Emptyfolder playing the Lost Cause before he finds the Nefet and then find the Nefet.
Yeah,
I
that
guess.
could work. Whammer's gonna take the level up there. He's probably gonna use his Luna Blast on the Cesark.
Yeah.
Emptyfolder is grabbing a bread.
Or crystallize.
So this is a 5 mana bread because it got created by Swing Cook.
Yeah, that could make something quite threatening if the game goes too long.
Yeah, for sure. But Whammerist is at 10 mana next turn. He's not too far from getting a Neftet, but he needs to draw it.
He needs to find it, yeah.
But if he finds it next turn, it's probably getting shuffled into his hand, into his deck.
Yep.
So the best thing for him would be to find it in 2 turns.
Exactly.
And not before.
But this turn he gets to play the level up and get a 5/5 for free.
Yeah, no, it's not the 5/5 yet. It's 3 mana kill.
No, he got this turn, so.
No, yeah, he just got the From the Dark. Oh, you mean
Exactly.
he's gonna just Hourglass?
Yeah.
That's what you mean. Yeah, that's possible.
Either that or the Lissatep, I guess.
Yeah, it's gonna be Emptyfolder choice, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because he's just gonna remove one of these 2 cards. And it's not gonna be the Lizatep, so
He doesn't want him to
Whammer
gain life.
does have to level, I think. Empty already has his draw 3 cards, so he's advancing in his deck. He's really not in a bad position.
Yeah, Empty is really in the driver's seat, and that would be game, set, and match, right?
With a draw? Oh, if Empty wins, yeah, it would be the match.
So this is really close to closing out this tournament right here.
Whammer could just try to level up and then draw 3 to just try to find the Phoenix now.
Yeah. And play it
Because the
next turn on
Phoenix
initiative.
might be his only play. Oh, he chooses to try to clear instead, saving life.
Yeah.
It's not that bad either. Except, yeah, Empty's gonna save.
That's an interesting play. He played it on his own
Zero.
unit just to save it.
Yeah, this worm is very annoying to deal with. The skin worm. Like it always has a way to come back. And now the thing is, Whammer can't really level up anymore. Or it's just like foregoing the wall play he just did. Yeah, and he's not gonna do that. He's just gonna still kill 2 units. Emptyfolder is just drawing more cards, and that doesn't look too well. Too good.
Yeah, I think I liked your line of playing Hourglass and then into the draw cards.
I mean,
Try to find that.
It would be very risky as well. Is the problem. Like
yeah.
you could just, if you don't find it, you just die. So Emptyfolder reduced the board quite significantly there. Oh
yeah, look, there is the Phoenix. Yeah. Because this looks pretty dangerous to me.
Well, he didn't take 6. He would have taken 7 damage if he did my play. He would be at 5. With this play, he's at 12, so it's definitely in a better spot, and the opponent doesn't have that much pressure.
Yeah, I guess, and he's committing more to the board now as well, so he's getting more cards out of Emptyfolder.
Yeah. No, definitely not a bad play to also just wait. The thing is, all these AoE you have to use at some point too, and using them there, at least they were a bit useful. It's not a bad play. Okay, this is not a great silence, and probably he's gonna get rid of the Huntsman Spider because it affects the board the most when it enters play.
Yeah.
Oh, it rather do it on the Enchant of the Grove to prevent more value from the top of the deck. And the skin worm gets into the skin. Yeah, and that's gonna be it for the turn. Emptyfolder could play just this 3-drop. Or just, yeah, the Huntsman to kill the worker. But Whammerist right now doesn't care if this dies. He doesn't care at all because his plan is very probably to just neft it.
Yeah.
So he could try to bet a bit more that he doesn't have it by playing few more units.
But do Empty have any way of dealing with Neftet?
Not right now. Not in hand, and yeah, doesn't seem like it.
So getting that on the board would be pretty huge.
Well, he just drew something super huge, at least. Oh, but Empty is going.
He's going to go bread
for
this
the
turn.
Bread, okay.
And there's the Neftet.
So is combo bread into Wind Calling Whistle? Not at all.
No, just 2 units with a lot of keywords, it looks like.
Yeah, it's gonna be this 2/4 and this one too. That's gonna. Oh no, that's not it. I was gonna say it's gonna kill because it has daily, but summons happen before feed effects.
Right.
So Emptyfolder is a bit in trouble now. Like he still has a bit of board, but he has this huge bird that he has strictly no answer to, and he's probably just gonna play a huge unit like Etcher, Ghost, Winged, and try to punch through it.
Blocking with a bird is actually okay because it doesn't open up for any removal, but he doesn't want it to die in the main phase, I guess.
Yeah, blocking with the bird is amazing because it would kill everything on respawn.
Exactly.
But yeah, it's just gonna get dueled.
Exactly, these units have both duelist and deadly, so they can kill any unit that Emptyfolder wants to.
Yeah, and killing the Landworm there, giving him only 1 buff is pretty good as well. Emptyfolder is just getting all the values of killing the egg. Very strong.
Yeah, and it looks like Whammer is playing for the level up next turn and then playing the Hourglass the turn after.
Yeah, that's probably what he wants to do now. He wants to get to level 5. An Ethera is extremely scary. Like, you need to kill it twice and it brings creature back.
Yeah, but Whammer only has one way of dealing with it.
Yeah, you really want a silence usually. And this 4-5, don't forget, this 4-5 is still a huge problem too with duelists. Deadly. It's gonna kill everything and regenerate. So I really wonder how can Whammerist get out of there now? He doesn't have an emergency button. He would kind of need one. That's not an emergency button. That doesn't do anything.
Yep.
Yeah, it looks like Whammerist is gonna have a lot of troubles finishing this game.
Yeah, there's just so many units that he has to remove, and he only.
Yeah, and these units are very huge threats. No, like, yeah, he has to kill it at once.
But now he doesn't have any way of doing it again. So maybe try to get something off the top or from the draft, and that's like his out.
Yeah, but he doesn't really have ways to draw either.
Right.
The draft. Okay, so his plan is to level up. So he levels up. He gets a 5/5 duelist that gets to kill the big flyer. That's not too bad. And maybe the draft would give him. What does he need? A Nightshade, maybe?
Yeah. Well, I mean, just a single removal here could be good enough. The 3/4 and the 2/4 aren't really threatening his life total, and he doesn't care about these units.
That's true.
So just a single removal here for the 8/12 could be good enough to get back into stable mode.
Yeah, but you still wouldn't have much life, but that's a possibility. I think it's fairly slim though. But you should go for it because you have a chance that it works.
Oh, but he's clocking out.
He doesn't know what to do maybe. Let me check if people are saying anything. No. Not yet, at least. Yeah, it looks like it just passed.
That would be a pass back from Emptyfolder then, right? He doesn't mind going to attack us with this board, I would assume.
Well, no, he's really happy to go attack with his board because Whammer is not even leveling up there.
Exactly, he knows that Whammer has these star chips and that he didn't use them. So this looks like it's maybe connectivity issues going on. Yeah,
it looks like Whammerist either gave up or bugged. I'm not quite sure. We'll get to the bottom of this.
So that's an anticlimactic way of finishing the finals, but
no, apparently he just gave up.
Okay.
I think. Oh, he lagged out, but he just said super huge congrats to Folder in the Discord, so congratulations Folders then. Really good decks. A very good plays, and here he is. The winner of Battle for Wanderstar. And a very big congratulations. You're gonna get the in-game emotes, the second place and third place as well. You can come up with a design competition that you will have to talk with Nick for, but you can go through me as well. And then other than that, you get embers, you get gold, and then we'll see you at the next edition of Battle for Wanderstar.
Yeah.
Really cool cast. Really happy to have you there, Gentle Cat, and hopefully you'll be there again.
Yeah, it's been a really exciting evening with a lot of different decks, and the Riskycb control, which was seemingly dominating the field, didn't really quite hold up in the finals.
Yeah,
so
that is true.
Good plays from Emptyfolder and good calls on the decks.
Yeah, so amazing, and I think we can end it there. Thank you very much, Gentle Cat, and I'll see you.
Thank you.
I'll see you next time. I'll see all of you next time. Bye bye.